s'en va dans l'oubli éternel. Et Gustave dom guardiam, dilim dididididam, lutes seradodidam, seram. Dim dim da 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 dim da 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 dim da di dam. Dim dim da 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 dim da 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 dim da di dam.
Okay. We're here. We're alive. Goodness. Today is the day. Today is the day that we attempt the Rick Diaz challenge. So what, pray tell, does this mean exactly? Well, if I go over here to my hobby desk, so you can see live camera, hello. Go over here to my hobby desk, you will see that there is a time remaining count. And yes, that was Claire Obscure music. There is a time remaining count for 8 hours. So, how far into the game am I? That's a good question. I can actually check real quick. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. I am a little under 3 hours in, so not very far, but it's like it might be the most impactful 3 hours of a video game I have played in a long time, and apparently I have the hiccups. God damn it! Hold on a second. Okay. I think we're good. Whew. God, I hate the hiccups. If you're wondering what the hell I just did, I did an old breathing trick that I would do whenever I was swimming. I used to swim a lot when I was younger. Is I would fill up my lungs and then fill up my mouth with air. So that way I get technically 2 breaths in when I'm under the water. Really only gets you like a minute of air time, but fuck it. But anyway, the gimmick is we have, might even like it more than a Rebirth. To be honest with you, Elian, I might be in the same boat. I might end up enjoy making it or liking it more than I enjoyed Rebirth, and I enjoyed Rebirth a lot. Rebirth had a lot of great notes. I mean, you guys watched me play it all the way through, so like you guys know, like that hits. That game is special to me. Like, so the fact that Claire Obscure is like punching on that level, and it's the very first game that these developers have like worked on as a studio, and they only did it with like 33 people. God damn, man, that's impressive. But anyway, right here we have a master grade Rick Diaz. Now, the reason that we are doing this is because one of my mobile suits behind me, that Jagan right there. Let me grab him real quick. This Jagan right here. This was a repaint job done by yours truly, and I got it done within 1 day's time, like 1 work day. So the question, somebody asked me, do you think you could do it again? And I said, I don't know. Because I was kind of in the zone whenever I made this. So I don't know necessarily if I could reduplicate it. But we're going to try. Because that thing, parts were sanded, all of it, within 24 hours. But the bulk of the work was done within 8. So, we are going to see how far we can get with a master grade in 8 hours. While live streaming, which makes it a little bit more complicated. They said I wasn't going to play Claire Obscure. I'm paying for Games Pass anyway. So I might as well. I'm just not happy that... I'm not very happy with the fact that Tencent seems to own such a big chunk of the gaming industry these days. But it's the weirdest part about it to me is like, how in the fuck did a Chinese company like invest so much in so many games, and yet a lot of the ones that they're investing in are really, really good? It's really bizarre. Effectively, what the Chinese are doing is they're funding Western developers that are trying to effectively upend what the AAA industry has been doing over the last 6 years. And it's really weird to me, and I'm not quite sure why. But it is what it is. I'll figure it out later. Right now, all I know is a bunch of fucking Frenchies entertain me more in 3 hours than some video games entertain me within days. But anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to go piece by piece, and we're going to nip everything out, and then we're going to go to the paint station, and then go ahead and paint it. So, to give you an idea, and we're doing this with metallic paints too. So, as you can see over there, I have all of my primers set and ready to go. On the other side, I have all of the paints that I'm going to use. Those are already ready to go. I'm just making sure that I have everything that I need. And we are going to start. This says start with the body. I actually don't. And then it goes to the weapons. I would rather start with the head, personally. But the construction of this is kind of awkward from what I have been reading in it. So, regardless, okay, we'll just roll with it. So it looks like it starts with the torso. So that's what we're gonna do. So, let me go ahead and start maneuvering. And the last thing I need to do before we get started is to set myself up in a good position. So, I'm going to move the Nightingale box out of here. And set it. I don't know if that's going to stay like that. I'm going to set this in another room because this box is too damn big. I'll be right back. I had a spot in my living room I could set it in. I'm actually going to close my living room door too. Okay, so got the box set where it needs to be. I have my mask. I will need this. I need to open this window here for ventilation's sake. towels right there. Gunpla box. Right here, servant, you have not missed a thing. We are just about to get started. Actually, you know what? I don't like the gunpla box being there. I'm going to rearrange some things real quick. There's also a nice breeze coming through. Plus, I'm going to put my Q-tips up here as well. And that box can go right here. That way I can grab parts really easily. Now here's the question. If I sit right here, can you guys hear me all right? Or do I need to move the microphone a little bit further towards me? Because I can, it's on a swivel arm, I can just move it down. You can hear me. Okay. Forgot to put a part away. I'll be right back. Let's take just a second. Okay. So, just for my own sake, I'm going to still move it down. So that way you guys might be able to hear me a little bit better. So I've got that. Next thing to do, kick on the airbrush. And let's make sure it's spraying liquid. We're gonna run this cleaner through it. Yo, Ronan, thank you for the $20. Says, can do the buildings in 6 hours. If not, he has to claim Troll Barton of Heavy Arms as the best pilot. Appreciate you, Ronan. Thank you. Thank you for that, dude. Did the notification come up, or is 1999 just fucking cursed? That's what I'm curious about. Because the one thing I forgot to put up also is what the next target is going to be of these. Where did it go? Why is it not showing up? Hold on. I swear. Stream Elements does not like me today. It did show up? Okay. The music played too? Yeah, I just didn't hear it for whatever reason. On the chat it did, not on the screen. Yeah, okay, I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Got music but no animation. That is really weird. Why is this not showing? Nothing from Stream Elements is showing up. Why is that? is. Okay. I'm going to put that up there. The next challenge will be the F91, the Master Grade F91 2.0. Now let me see if I can replay that $20 donation. There it goes. That super chat goal is in a terrible place. We'll put it down here. And then we'll take the time remaining and the countdown timer. We'll move them. Let's see right there. That works. Okay. Well, here we go, guys. We're getting it started in. Wait. Do I not have... I did not have my inner frame. Here it is. Okay. Okay, so we got blacks, yellows, got our reds. Okay, we are good. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Okay. So, first thing we need is the G runner and the PC runners. I probably should have organized these alphabetically before we started, but we'll do that right now. So this is the A runner. This is the C runner. This is the G runner, which I think this is the one we need. So we'll just set that there for now then. And then we need the PC runner, which is the polycaps. Hand paint or brush? Oh, this is all airbrushing. I am not hand painting anything. I suck at hand painting. Okay, so we need our tools. We need nippers. And I need my sanding sticks. There's one. There's the other. Okay. Let's get started. So, parts we need are... Now, one thing I'm going to warn you guys about. If I miss super chats or anything, I am going to apologize ahead of time, because I will be very focused on getting this done. I will start yapping about things. To try and keep y'all entertained. Also, let me turn that light on. This is an inner frame piece, so I'm not admittedly super concerned about these cuts being super nice, because you're never going to see this. But if I'm worried it's going to get in the way, I will sand it down. Like right here, I do worry about that becoming a problem. So just real quick. There's that. So that's GC16. I'm going to go ahead and mount this on some sticks. This is going to connect to other things, so it doesn't matter if it doesn't get painted. So we've got that. And what I'm just doing is I'm trying to find everything that I need for the inner frame. So I need 4, 5, and 6. Which are these pieces here. So here's 4. 5, and 6 are these right here. Oh, you guys can't see where I'm. These right here. And these are God Hand nippers, so getting in and getting clean is not difficult. They cut through plastic like a hot knife through butter. I've had these nippers for I think 5 years now, and they have not failed me yet. End of April's been crazy, huh? Yeah, you're not wrong, Batzilla. It has been absolutely wild. It's been really interesting to watch the VTuber community absolutely fucking explode. For some legit reasons and then for some stupid reasons. Because I know right now, probably the reason that there's some people not here that are usually here is... Well, some people probably aren't here because we're not talking about G-Quux, but some people aren't here because right now Gura is doing what they're calling the Hollow Myth Relay, where they're the girls from Hololive Myth are doing a bunch of games together, which I will probably watch the VODs of. Because those girls do have very good chemistry together, so... is that coming off? It has sanded down enough to where if I paint over it, you're not going to notice it. This one, on the other hand, is not. Hope Gundam Hathaway Part 2 will be as good as Part 1. I am hoping the same. Absolutely. I'm not satisfied with that. I need my hobby knife. It's not in there. Oh, it's right here. I'm gonna have to, because this one's a little bit more stubborn. I'm gonna have to knife it out. Which is not something that I would recommend doing without a lot of practice. Because you can... Hobby knives are very sharp, so you can cut yourself very badly. There was a joke that I had with friends of mine where we would talk about how almost every gunpla I put together literally had my blood, sweat, and tears in it, like especially the blood. Because I would cut myself constantly with this exact hobby knife just because I was not practicing proper knife safety. So we got that. Now we need PC eyes and PC Fs. So let's do the eyes first. Let's see where they're at. I think that she'll come back, Badzilla. The fact of the matter is that right now, I think a lot of corpo VTubers are looking at non-corpo life and realizing how much less stressful it is, and that you're probably not going to lose a whole lot of money in being an indie, because you have control over everything that you do. Or at least, like, instead of being managed by what is effectively an idol corporation, maybe being managed by a company like Mythic Talent, where it's just, they just manage streamers, and they help you get sponsorships and things along those lines, because Mythic also, because that was the company, if I remember right, that Asmon founded, and they represent a ton of people, both VTuber and non-VTuber, that are just streamers. And it just wouldn't surprise me if we found more people going and doing something like that, or maybe hiring their own people to like manage their channels for them or something along those lines. It seems from the outside in like it would probably be a lot less stressful. So, not to mention, like, we've seen some girls on the indies retain a good chunk of their audiences after going indie. Because Doki Bird retained most of hers. In fact, I think now she's completely recovered in regards to subscriber count. PCF. Who else is there? There's May Mint, who has not, but I have a feeling she will. And then you have Nimmy Nightmare, who has half of what she had at Hololive, but is quickly climbing back up to where she was before. So I have a feeling she will be perfectly fine. And these girls are probably seeing that. And again, this is all supposition on my part. Girls are seeing that and going, huh, well shit, why don't I just do that? You know? And in reality, like, I think there's a lot of people that are realizing that, not just in VTubing, but in anything that you would consider like an artistic pursuit or something along the, or just entertainment in general. Video games is another good example. We just talked about Claire Obscure, right? What HG gunpla kit would you recommend? I don't build HGs, so I'm not the right person to ask, Outpost. I'm sorry. I only build master grades because, well, look at the size of my hand. The face cam stream is hiding your hands? Oh, it's still there. I just need to be more conscious of where I'm at, which admittedly is something I struggle with. But anyway, but you'll notice, like, this part looks fucking tiny in my hands. Like, even this is very difficult to sometimes manage. So. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to just assemble this inner frame and then go from there. Because I feel like just painting over a bulk piece would be that much easier. Oh, it's fine, Outpost. It's all good. Let me move the camera a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, I have giant hands. I don't really know what would be a good point of reference. But, I'll show it here in a minute. So, this goes down here. So this snaps in like so. I don't want to go. There we go. But yeah, to give you an idea of how big I am, since I don't think I've seen you around here, Outpost. To give you an idea of how big of a guy I am 2 inches shorter than The Rock. Than Dwayne Johnson. That's it. Because he's like 6'4". And if last I remember, I'm the same height as Brock Lesnar. Brock is 6'2". Brock might be an inch taller than me. But yeah, I used to be a power lifter in high school. And still did it a little bit in college, but I didn't compete. I just did it to stay in shape. My sisters say I'm a bit of a moose in that regard, or a bear. Especially if I'm sleeping anywhere because I snore really loud. They say it sounds like a bear's in the other room. What MS do you want to see get an MG or a kit in general? I still want a Master Grade Leo. They have most of the parts to do a Master Grade Leo. I have no clue why they don't. Why one does not exist. There's a lot of plastic that they could use that just is shit from the tall geese that they have not put together. And I don't understand it. Okay, we're already at a point where I have to look and see what color something has to be. So, we're already making progress. So this is the underside of the suit. So that gray is what those need to be painted. Okay. Oakley dokley. Start watching your channel when you're doing one of your war breakouts. Well, this is the first time I've seen you in my stream chat, is what I meant. Sorry, so I should have been more specific. Master Grade Virgo? Yeah, that's another one. That's the thing, like, they did, when they did the Master Grade Tall Geese, effectively because everything is based off of the Tall Geese, like, Kotoki, when he designed the Tall Geese and the other Oz mobile suits, he designed them so that you can obviously trace them back to the Tall Geese. So, the fact that they don't have it is just very weird to me. Back on the discussion from earlier, though, I'm of the opinion that the independents in the arts in general are the place to go. And I think more people are starting to realize that because of the level of creative freedom that you're given within that, you know. And people are desperate to find places that just allow them to create as they want to create. Which, admittedly, when I started as a writer, I said to myself that I wouldn't mind writing for Marvel or DC, you know, or something like that, because I love comic books as much as I do. And then as time has gone on, I've just thought to myself, like, God, like, there's no, like, could you imagine, I could only imagine, like, what I would love to do with Spider-Man and Venom is to, deal a lot with interpersonal conflict. Specifically the dynamics between Peter and Eddie. And do a lot of interpersonal stuff between them, with Mary Jane Watson, with things along those lines, and kind of see, like, what can I do to play with this to create some interesting internal strife. But I could only imagine, like, just having to deal with Tom Brevoort, be like, well, we don't really want to do anything with Mary Jane Watson. You can't have her in a relationship with Peter. Well, why the fuck not, Tom? Well, because I don't want to get a nasty call from Joe Quesada. Well, fuck Joe. He doesn't work here anymore. Well, he's still my friend. I don't know if that's something Tom Brevoort would actually say. I just don't like Tom Brevoort very much. I'm just talking shit. BC. Where is the D runner? I'm organizing these real quick in alphabetical order because this will help considerably as this goes along. My point, though, is that I would have so many restrictions on what I would like to do in regards to the characters and continuing to try to evolve them, you know? Am I going to do a breakdown of the Bloody Valentine War? Bloody Valentine. Which show was Bloody Valentine? I'm drawing a blank right now. I haven't had enough caffeine today. G. There's J and K. Oh, it's Seed? No, I'm not doing a... No. Dude, I hate... Outpost, I fucking hate Seed. I don't want to watch Gundam Seed more than I have to. Very funny, Ronan. But no, I'm sorry if you want a breakdown of it. I'm sorry to disappoint. I hate that show so much. Runners are organized. Yeah, favorite to trash is more accurate. So, yeah, sorry to disappoint, but I have no interest in doing something like that. I still need to actually rewatch whatchamacallit, Cross Ange. Because I was paid to review that one and I'm way behind on it. 32 and 34. So, but yeah, I'm never gonna do any long scale breakdowns of Gundam Seed. So you can't see me nip that one. I needed a better angle. 2 and 34. Just a second so you guys will be able to see what I'm doing in just a moment. The conflicts that I plan on doing are... The next two are... I'm finishing Zeta and I'm doing double Zeta. And then I will either do the second Neo Xeon War, which is Char's counterattack, or I will go straight into Iron-Blooded Orphans. I gotta go do stuff, get my hair cut, so hop back in later. Thank you, Servant. I appreciate you, buddy. The only thing I know about Cross-Ange is it was in an SRW game I played. The best way to sum up Cross-Ange is the island of angry lesbians. That's pretty much what it is. Like, it is like... It has moments where it is, like, bloody and gory, and then there's other points where it's misery porn, and then there's other points where it's basically softcore porn. Like, it's fucking crazy. Let me put it this way. What Witch from Mercury fans think The Witch from Mercury is, Cross-Ange actually is. Will I do Unicorn? I don't know if I would do a breakdown of it, but I will definitely be reviewing it. Because I remember when, in fact, that will, the next straight up review I do will probably be Unicorn. If I don't do Double Zeta first. Because usually the way that I do things, like kind of just to kind of give you an idea of my headspace, is largely what I tend to do is I tend to review a show and then do the breakdown of it. It's time for panel lining, guys. What I'm going to do specifically for this is make sure I've got a review of what I'm going to do. Somebody inquired about panel lining not too long ago. Now you're about to see the process. It's actually really easy. All you do, take this and just dab it. And it will fill in the lines for you. We're going to give that a second to dry. And then I will wipe away the excess. But yeah, like, Cross-Ange is like one of those series that, like, back in the 90s, they would advertise on at like 3 a.m. with like hot lesbian action or some bullshit, right? Oh, this needs to be sanded. And, it's just very weird. It's like it's like a dash of fucking dark fantasy, a dash of Girls Gone Wild, and a dash of Elliot Rodgers' Love Journal. Because the villain is like a fucking turbo incel. It's incredible. He is legit one of the creepiest bad guys ever in anime. When you cover Double Zeta, will you also cover Sentinel? Yes! That is the plan. Part 1 of the first Neo Xeon War will actually be Sentinel. Because the mobile suit development that happens in Sentinel directly affects Double Zeta, and also had some effect on Zeta. So it's very important that I cover it. I will also, in that episode, be discussing the episode of Gundam Evolve that takes place in between as well. The one with Amuro and Shin Matsunaga. And then the last episode of Double Zeta will also have an episode of Gundam Evolve discussed as well, because of the implications that has. Specifically, that a certain character that we're not sure whether or not they died at the end of Double Zeta, whether or not they survived. So yeah, definitely going to be doing both. Could kiss you. Well, don't. I'm not into that, but I appreciate the thank you. I'm very happy to do it. I've never read Gundam Sentinel, so it'll be interesting to read. I might actually, what I might do is, the way I do the episodes is I might do a review of Gundam Sentinel, then part 1, then a review of Gundam Double Zeta, and then part 2 of Neo Zeon War. But there's other projects that I've got going on as well. Sure Dude's got some stuff going on, so I am probably going to spend a good chunk of my time tomorrow in here video editing for a video that I'm doing called every anime video essay ever. And it is basically clowning on all the people that make these video essays that are basically about whether or not character X or character Y is gay, when in reality it's very rare that they actually are. And if they are, it doesn't really matter that much to the overall story, and it's not why people like them. And what people don't realize is that effectively, like, these consistent videos are just shitting up the discussion of things that people enjoy, because it's like, who the fuck cares? It's sort of like, why does this fucking matter? Oh, wait, it doesn't. Especially considering, and this is something that really gets my goat about it, there's a lot of anime characters throughout the years that are under the age of influence, or under the age where they can fucking consent, and we're discussing their sexuality. That's a little weird. because, like, I don't mention it in the video because the video is spent clowning on people. It's not meant to be, like, a serious discussion because it's not worth discussing seriously. It's one of those things where, like, I feel like one of the dumbest things on the internet is assuming that every bad idea needs a debate. It's like, have you guys ever seen it, like, online to where people are like, you'll see debates of, like, why is murder illegal? Like, you can't help but sit there and be like, shut the fuck up and debate, bro. You know? Have I ever been to Japan? Not yet. How's the progress? Not very far. That's the sad thing. I don't know if I'm going to get this done in 8 hours. We'll see. Those have dried. So I'm going to just wipe off the excess of that real quick. This is the great thing about this Panaline accent color. It is water soluble. So you can literally just wet your thumb and rub away the excess. That gets into places that aren't the panel lines. Because really the reason I'm doing this is what this is going to do, it's really just pre-shading. That's really all I'm doing. So like when this gets painted, the panel lines will be darker. And then if I feel like I need to actually shade it, then, or panel light it again, I'll just do it. I probably should not do that just yet. So you can hear my air compressor in the background. But okay, I already cleaned that one off. So I'm gonna put these on this set of tweezers. But if you don't feel comfortable doing it with your thumb, like I do, this is just faster. This one already was good. You could use a Q-tip and just dip it in water. So we got that. Then we need E2 and 3. G, F, E. And these are already black parts, so they don't really need panel lining. But yeah, I would love to go to Japan. I need to get back on my Japanese lessons. The gag I was consistently making for years on end was that I was going to go to Japan and solve their population problem. I admittedly have a thing for Asian women. But it would be nice to just meet a nice girl. That is going to have to get knifed off. Right now, I just don't have a whole lot of cash, so saving up for a vacation is not really on the menu. But hopefully in the next couple of years, as long as the channel keeps growing, I'll save up some money and head out there. But one thing that was recommended to me was that if I'm going to stay someplace, I need to stay someplace where there's like a military base, a U.S. military base nearby. Because that way a lot of people around the area will be English speakers. So that will make things a lot easier. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and prime these and paint them. The two pieces that are going to need to probably be primed in black. What is the color of the skirt on this? It's just black. Okay. Why a U.S. base? So most of the people around that area will speak at least some English. The best. I can think of worse things. He does have the highest kill count of any Gundam pilot. I don't need a whole lot of black for this because there's just two parts. The rest of this is getting hit with gray. I need to shake this real quick. I should probably keep this around my neck, shouldn't I? Ha! I have to maneuver the damn thing around my beard. Who has the highest kill count? Troll Barton. Of pilots shot down in a Gundam show. He has more than anyone. However, on the flip side, Troa has also fought probably the least ace pilots. Largely because Oz didn't have that many of them. Oddly enough, of the Gundam Wing pilots, Wu Fei has the best record against ace pilots in mobile suit combat. Because he defeated both Treize and Lieutenant Noin. But the thing is that Treize wanted to die, so that has to be factored in. And Lieutenant Noin was in a mobile suit that was way weaker than the Shenlong. So, but it is a fact that did happen. All right, kick the fan on and prime this real fast. Here we go. Again, I don't need a whole lot on it, just enough to make the paint stick.
Troa did not fight a lot of aces. In fact, I don't think he fought any. The thing with Hito is he and Zex fought several times, and their win-losses against each other is I think dead even. If not, no, wait, I think Hero had one more? I don't remember my own goddamn video. Oh, I'm getting old, man. It sucks. How much do master grades cost? They can be upwards of like $50 to $100. But they're also considerably more detailed and complex than high grades and stuff, so they're very much worth the money.
Funnily enough, sometimes they're actually less expensive than Warhammer 40k miniatures, which is kind of sad. Which is something I'm bracing for, because I do want to actually get into painting 40k miniatures. I want to do a salamander army at some point in the future. The rest of this gets primed in gray. Will Hatman and I be continuing our commentary streams? Thank you for the $5 Canadian, Michael. Hatman and I have not been able to do anything together for a while, aside from just have normal conversation. We don't do the podcast anymore because he is very busy with law school at this point. So, sadly, we're not able to really do anything. It sucks, but we're still business partners. Like, we still work together. And I still plan on moving close to him and his wife at some point. You know? It's just about finding the time and the money to get there, you know? But yeah, I do miss doing Micah and the Hat Man. But I do have another podcast now. It's called On the Grind. There's actually a link to it in the description of the video. That we do every week with other people who work for me at my publishing company, GRINDSTONE Arts. Which is the company that Alex and I co-own. Zex and Hero were tied in their battles? Well, sounds about right. But yeah, Mike, I'm hoping that at some point, though, whenever I do get to move out to North Carolina, that Hatman and I get to do more stuff together in regards to like content creation. There is an idea that I thought about doing that I don't know if he'd be interested in doing with me. But I get a lot of compliments on my cooking. So I've actually thought about doing a show in the future just called Bachelor Cooking. Which is just,
you know, me teaching recipes to young men that don't really know how to cook or anything like that, and kind of just give them the basics and give them a hand with it. I forgot to turn on the fan, but whatever. Because, like, I've gotten compliments on on my skills from like professional cooks and chefs and stuff. So I thought to myself, like, fuck, man, that could be a lot of fun. And my whole thing at this point is that one of my favorite things to do in any like standard job I've ever had was to mentor people, to teach people a new skill, you know? So I thought to myself it would be really cool to do that over the internet, teach people a skill that not only obviously helps you survive, but can actually make life a lot easier and a lot more fulfilling, in my opinion. Because I'll tell you one thing, man, I remember at one point in my life, I would just cook food just to survive, and it made eating miserable. And that's not a fun thing to experience. I think that food and eating can be a wonderful social event. It can be an enriching thing, and it's also, you can get the same dopamine hit that you would get from crafting something with your own hands. When you make something that's like as close to from scratch as you can. It's just a great feeling. It's good for your mental health to create as a man.
So, that's also why I love the arts, and why I love the, like painting like this. It is such a fulfilling hobby. It is such a wonderful thing to enjoy, you know? And I think that the one thing that I've seen with a lot of young men that I've spoken with, just as I've gotten older, is that they feel like this lack of fulfillment in their lives. And I know that feeling. I know it very well. And it's still something to this day that I still struggle with on occasion. And it's one of those things where it is a feeling that is defeatable. You know, it's a feeling that you can get past and that you can eliminate from your psyche by doing certain things. I very much believe that cooking is one of those things. Like, one thing I personally really enjoy doing is cooking for my family. For my mom and my dad and my sisters. One of my favorite moments of my life was actually a very simple thing. A few years ago, during lockdowns, we still got together for Thanksgiving, and I was the guy who got most of the ensemble together. Took care of the turkey, took care of the sides, all that fun stuff, right? And in doing so, I just ended up feeling so much more fulfilled with myself that I could, you know, do that for the people I love. And it's just something I just want to give back, you know. Hopefully that makes sense. I think a part of that feeling for me is the fact that I don't have kids. And I'm probably never going to have them at this point. There's a lot of women that I find myself interested in, that I speak to, tell me that they are not interested in having children because they already have children. Which is understandable, you know. we can banter about like, oh, you know, you shouldn't want to raise other people's kids or da 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 da. Look, at a point, it's unavoidable. You know, gosh, this one's jammed in there. At a point, if you're a single man, there's going to be an age that you get to where if you're dating or looking for a wife and you're like in your mid to late 40s, there is a distinct possibility she may have a child. In which case you are going to be involved in that kid's life, and there is no shame in that. And I hate that people say that, because I have a brother-in-law whose name will remain nameless, but this particular brother-in-law is a good man. Bit of a bumpkin, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. A simple guy. And he has been a better father to my niece and nephew than their biological father ever fucking could be. Because their biological father was a pile of shit. But he was willing to take it on and be a dad to them. And like I said, he's more of a father than they ever could be. So it's one of those things where I just tell myself,
there's the distinct possibility that if I date, I may not have kids of my own. It might be me being a father to somebody that needs one. But at the same time, it's just something that I think about, you know. Well, the fact that I won't have kids of my own, especially if I never remarry, I want to pass on what skills I've learned to people that can use them and use them well. But that's my thoughts on that. No clue how I got on that tangent, but whatever. Then again, I think just the whole of it is, I just don't want anybody
to really go through the sort of failures and stuff that I've had to suffer through, you know, because it was all preventable, but it didn't get prevented. So regardless, chat got really quiet when I started talking about that. I apologize, guys. That was just something that just kind of blurted out. Give me something else to talk about then. Did not mean to get that deep as to alienate people. What is something that's on your guys' minds, huh? Hearing sage wisdom from me is always nice. Well, I try. I think I might have a clog in my brush. Sometimes you just gotta run a little airbrush cleaner through it. Pudding? Pudding can be very delicious. Unless you're British, in which case then it's just bread. Asked about thoughts on the Cinder drama. Oh, that's white woman shit, man. But that's kind of what makes it funny to me. Like, the amount of rage I have seen towards, more people were angry about, the Cinder drama than, like, the Johnny Somali shit. And that, to me, is, like, the real wild part. It's like, wow, our priorities are all fucked up. You know? Oh, this is empty. Finish that. Do I have another stainless? I do. Might be something in this one. It's a little bit. But yeah, I look at it and I see white woman stuff. It's like... I remember ranting about this yesterday a little bit too. How I kind of went on that rant about boob envy. That is effectively what this is. It is the VTuber version of boob envy. Because what it is it's one chick who was looking for an edge on all these other people that were just a little bit more popular and a little bit more well-known and a little bit more well-liked. And from what I understand with Cinder, she is somebody who comes from specifically erotic ASMR into VTubing. And the one thing that I consistently tell people is that the number one hater of women on the planet Earth is other women. So the idea that some white woman drama or white woman style titty envy drama would eventually be the talk of the VTuber town, I'm not really surprised by it. You know? Like, it's just one of those things where some people are very envious and on top of being hyper competitive. And it's never a good combination. Keep putting my beard in my fucking mouth.
What would you recommend for a more experienced beginner type kit? For master grades, I would go with anything from the 08MS team. Those are really good beginner master grades because they're not as complex. They're really easy to put together. Especially if you're just doing something like a snap mill. We're back on the Cinder drama. Like, it doesn't surprise me because I've seen women like that are in the workplace. I've seen them in, like, the most common place I've seen them? Comic books. I had a white woman like Cinder who liked Cinder where the only notable thing about her is her tits. Try to destroy my fucking career on YouTube by flat out fucking lying about me. And by lying about other people associated with me. Then I responded, and we don't hear about that lady anymore. Largely because once I exposed what was going on, people were like, oh shit. Here we go again. Fucking white women. To the point where
her own fucking friend group wanted to placate me like the day after the video came out. So, it's just one of those things, like, when I see it, I'm like, I had a feeling that it would be somebody at some point, and it sounds to me like she's just one of those typical chicks that's just a social climber. You know, I know the type, and I've seen the type, I've dealt with the type has tried to bring my fucking life down. And at that point, in my opinion, if I were in Val's shoes, I wouldn't have been crying about it. I would have been fucking pissed. But then again, I am a 6'2", half Scottish, half Jewish man. You know? My anger response would be very different than like a 4'11" Vietnamese girl. I need some water. So, I think Bao's Vietnamese. Isn't she Vietnamese? I could be remembering wrong. Tiny little Asian girls don't act the same way as like big Scottish giants do, is my point. We're just not built the same way, laddie. Seen a lot of people talking about clicks and VTubing as well. Oh, they're yeah. There's a lot of them. Breaking into the click is very difficult. It's so funny to me, people say like, oh, don't gatekeep. I'm like, everybody gatekeeps. Everybody gatekeeps. There's a reason that you'll hear people that, like, where I will tell people, I've told people very close to me, like, I'm not making new friends. They encourage me to make new friends. I'm like, I'm not making new friends. You fucking kidding me? Also, hey, Zoc, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. How did I miss a Zoc? Zocs are huge. But anyway, I tell my friends, like, I'm not making new friends. I don't need new friends right now. I got enough bullshit going on. Which hole does this go in? That's what he said? That's what he said? Question mark? Aha. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. mobile suit that I pilot if they were real. The Sinanju Stein. The Verka version, specifically, the original Verka. It is a great mix of size and power. Plus it is cycle frame in it. And I really like the rifle on it. Just a good mobile suit, all in all. Like that. Looks good. Oh, goodness. All right. Ah! But you... Get in there. That's what she said? Question mark. Oh, this is going to be a balancing act, isn't it? I can just tell. You know what? Now we'll put them in. Son of a bitch. That's really loose in there too. I don't like that. Give me just a second. Alright. Got it. But yeah. That's why I tell people, don't be a white woman. Never be a white woman. Be a Caucasian female. It's a much better way to live. Alright. This thing is very persnickety. Get it tight. There we go. Alright, perfect. Moving on. Next part. People, friendship is magic. Micah and Doomslayer voice. No. Fuck that. Fukadat. As my friend Sherman used to say. Might have to trim my chin hair at some point. Yep. Okay, so next section of the chest, we need I-21, 30, and 31. Here's 30 and 31 right here. Gatekeeping is a necessity. It's more about keeping people out who don't care about a thing beyond its status. Yeah, well, and that's the big thing about it. Like, everybody has a community. Like, communities are something that we just form as humans, right? And I'm of the opinion that, you know, if you don't want somebody in your friend group that is going to potentially destroy your friend group, right? And I can understand why certain VTubers, especially ones that came from some sort of level of corporate structure, suddenly don't want to collaborate with people that, you know, are outside of a structure that they're familiar with. Silvervale is a really good example. I'm of the opinion, I have no way to confirm this, but I'm of the opinion that the reason that she told Cinder why she didn't want to do a lot of collabs at first had nothing to do with necessarily Cinder. It had to do with it had more to do with Silver feeling like she didn't want to be around anybody in her who was outside of her normal friend group because of the Hogwarts Legacy stuff and how that went, and how suddenly a bunch of people turned this lady into persona non grata over the fucking wizard game. Which, by the way, a lot of people owe her an apology for that and never apologized. On top of, you know, the whole pick-a-me situation as well. Both of those girls didn't do anything wrong. So, nice, Boz. Hell yeah. Because the Wizard game had nothing to do with the actual Wizard game. It had to do with J.K. Rowling, which, however you feel about J.K. Rowling is up to you, but, you know, trying to fuck with people for streaming a video game, just because you don't like it, but they do, is ridiculous. Not to mention, they selected their targets very specifically. That mob. You know, you'll notice that they went after Silvervale, who was a part of what was effectively at the time a fledgling organization, Bishojo. And they went after Pick-a-me, who at the time was part of a organization that was so small it's ridiculous. And she was the only standout, at least that I remember. But when Hako's Bells from Hololive also streamed it, not a fucking word was spoken. Because they knew that if they went after Hololive would fucking sue them. So they picked on the weaker target. Because people who are like that are not like normal people, they're animals. They're very animalistic in regards to how they do things. That's why I despise online bullies. They look for the weakest target that they can find and try to destroy it. Hell, one of the people that was part of that pile-on thankfully got their comeuppance. Well, a couple people did, if you think about it. But the one that I found most hilarious was SFO getting the business from Pippa. That was hilarious. Doctor, I don't want to be short and fat no more. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. It's terminal. That was glorious. Don't mess with the rabbit, man. She is a very spicy lady. We'll let those dry for a second. Ugh. Then I need C11. Which rabbit? I'm talking about Pipkin Pippa, Leo. C11 is right here. Yeah, that's one of like my favorite get fucked moments on the internet is when he showed up in her chat and she's like, I hope you fucking die. I'm like, oh, damn. But look, man, some people are such vile individuals that they just... I'm very much of the opinion that they need to be given the business whenever they show up somewhere. Yeah, I'm going to back up this camera a little bit. There, this is much more comfortable. It's weird that these are like brown, but like the mobile suit itself, these are supposed to be black. Whatever. E8, E9. Love to get an MG Rick Diaz eventually. Well, they're pretty much in stock everywhere right now. Finding this one was not difficult. Didn't used to be the case though, for sure, dubiously. Like during the pandemic, everything got bought up. Like, everything. Like, I remember just looking at my fucking... all the websites that I would go through, and like just the master grade stocks would just be non-existent. I was like, what the fuck, man? Yes, Leo, I was aware of that. And he does a fantastic job as the lead character. I really like him. I have a feeling that the next time I am in the mood to play Expedition 33, I'm very much going to have some fun with it. Though, I have to say, I find it so goddamn funny that, some of, like, the overworld music in that game is, like, singing to you like a lullaby of "Don't be afraid," and it's like, motherfucker, I'm looking at someone pinned to the wall of somehow an ocean floor that I'm walking through, and they're pinned to the wall not with a spear, but with a fucking anchor. Don't be afraid. Okay. Thanks, French lady. French is one of those languages I actually thought about learning and then abandoned. My dad speaks a good amount. So I got a few terms from him. But it's simple stuff like, parlez-vous anglais? Anglais? Just, do you speak English? Servez-vous, levez-vous, c'est la vie? Stuff like that. But yeah, I would much rather learn Japanese. Largely because so far what I've learned has become such a challenge that it's kind of crazy. The wild thing about it, though, is that game is basically like just a bunch of French dudes getting together and making a video game about being like, you know what? We're going to make a dark fantasy that's very surrealistic, that uses mechanics from like Persona and like Final Fantasy. Why? Because we think that's fun. And they were right. It is fun. should have gone more with the AUG having more mono-eyed mobile suits, the Titans having more gym suits. In some ways that would kind of make sense, in the sense that the AUG is a combination of former Federation officers and former Xeon officers. But at the same time, I can understand why they went with the mono-eye suits largely being used by the Titans, and it's because there's already the Pavlovian response of a Gundam fan, someone who enjoyed the original show back when it first came out, is mono-eye bad, double-eye good. Simple but effective. What is this? E and K. That's F. What in the E's is this? 12? 5 and 12. Oh, and I also need some stuff from the K's. That's G. Okay. That's J. Okay. 5, 6, and 7. But yeah, like some of the music in it reminds me of stuff that I've heard from Persona. Not to mention the battle UI is very reminiscent of Persona as well. So that's why I kind of call it French Persona. But one title I really like for it, I don't remember who coined it, but JRPG. I thought that was kind of clever. I definitely want to play more of it. The problem that I have, it is a very heavy game. You know, I compare everything to food because I am old and fat. But basically, it's one of those things that just, it sits heavy in my stomach. I can't eat a lot of it at once. You know, I gotta give myself a break. I'm still kind of ruminating on that first 3 hours that I played and just all of the elements of it. Just kind of remembering them in my head over and over again. And I love media like that. I love having things like that to mix it up with some of the other stuff that I imbibe that is basically just like popcorn. But I really like popcorn too, so Because, like, here's a good example. I play a lot of Space Marine 2. It is, like, the game I default to whenever I just want something to hit clicky buttons on. It is very much a popcorn game. You know, it's not... There's no complex narrative themes or anything like that. It's just go serve the Emperor, kill shit. Okay? You know, like, no arguments here. Claire Obscure, on the other hand, is thinking about the game right now. I don't know if you can see it, but my eyes aren't on this part necessarily. My mind isn't. It's just, my mind is just on autopilot in regards to what I have to do. My mind is hearing the music that I remember from when I first got onto the island, onto the continent. There's this beautiful scenery turning into this pile of bodies from the execution as the lead character contemplates killing himself. Like, it's just... It is a beautifully twisted thing. But it sits with me in a way that a lot of video games for a good long while have not sat with me. And I love it for that. So instead of overloading myself with sensation, I want to savor it. I want to remember every location. I want to remember every single decision I make in it. I want to remember the nuances of the characters, so on and so forth. I want it to envelop me in that sense. Because even though it is a twisted, surrealistic dark fantasy, there's a beauty in it that I just want to adore as long as I can. God, I am a pretentious fuck, aren't I? Like, just... It is a beautiful thing. I you know... It reminds me of a time when... I just kind of sought out these heavy pieces of fiction, one after another, after another, after another. And... yeah. It's just, it's beautiful. That's all I can say. It's beautiful. How much white primer do I have in this? You can tell I haven't opened this in a while. This is how secure this lid is. The label is ripping off from my grip. there's not even any liquid in this. It's empty. Get rid of that then. I guess... Shit. Well, we're using... Oh, well, we'll use pink for the reds. Not a big deal. I am a PC guy, Cosmic Crimes. The last console I bought was my PS4 Pro, and that's when Trump was still the president the first time. It's been a minute. Where did my little squeezer thing go? There it is.
To skip the second Devil May Cry, the second Devil May Cry game is terrible. It is a very bad video game. It was effectively a video game that was made in 6 months, and it shows. There was a lot of places that are a lot of pressure to make the game and make it quickly, and there's some really interesting ideas in it as a video game, but overall, it is the drizzling shits. Because, like, they were playing around with, like, wall running and, like, matrix jumping and stuff like that. Stuff that they would integrate later on with the Trickster style. But, ultimately, it just wasn't very good. It is easily the worst Devil May Cry game ever. Some people will try to tell you that DMC Devil May Cry is worse. No, it's not. DMC Devil May Cry has a terrible story. In fact, it's kind of retarded. But the gameplay is a lot better than Devil May Cry 2. A lot better. Like,
DMC Devil May Cry, I actually like playing. Like, it's actually fun to play. But it's just not, like, the story sucks hard. It's so fucking... It's so pretentious. There's a point in DMC Devil May Cry where you effectively fight Bill O'Reilly. And you're just kind of sitting there like, what the fuck are we doing here? Why? Why are we fighting Bill O'Reilly? I remember seeing people, like, even, like, the super best friends were like, why are we doing this? I think the only one who probably was entertained by it was Matt McMuscles. And I could be remembering that wrong. But, because admittedly I don't like Matt that much. His What Happened, seriously, is pretty good, but, God, he can be very annoying at points. DMC2 made Dante boring. Yeah, that's the big thing. It made Dante really boring. Though, admittedly, like, he had a personality in the original game, but it wasn't fleshed out yet. Devil May Cry, because a lot of people don't really realize that the original Devil May Cry effectively exists because it was originally supposed to be Resident Evil 4, and Dante was actually supposed to be Chris Redfield. And they ended up not liking the gameplay style for Resident Evil, so they said, just turn it into its own thing. And that's how we got Devil May Cry. And it ended up being a smash hit. Just because it played so well, it was so fun. Not to mention, it had the best atmosphere, I think, of any Devil May Cry game up until 5. Have I built any perfect grades yet? I do not have the money for that, sadly. I want to build one when I have like the room in my apartment for it, but it's gonna be a while until that is even attainable. I'm actually kind of running out of room in my place. I need to consider buying a house at some point, but I'm just not making enough money right now.
This is so goofy that I'm effectively, I have to pull the mask up over my beard to get it to sit right. It's kind of funny to me. Anyway, okay. Three spots to paint in black. And then we're done priming, we can go ahead and move on to the main coat. And then, once that's done, We assemble and we're already done with the torso in just about 2 hours. We are a bit behind, admittedly, but I've also been yapping a lot, so that tends to affect that. I apologize if I'm getting quiet. I'm just trying to nail this out. I am behind. I'm genuinely wanting to get this done. Because admittedly, when I did this with the Jagan, it probably took me longer than 8 hours. But still, I want to try to do it. Beautiful. Okay. We're getting there. Luckily, since we're working with lacquer paints, they dry really quickly. Admittedly, though, the roughest part of this is I woke up with a sore throat and with a headache. So I'm kind of trying to power through that too. The headache, though, I think was just
not having any caffeine when I woke up. Jump between which sci-fi novels you like, Halo or Warhammer? Never read a Halo novel personally. What little I've read of Warhammer, I love. I need to finish Vulcan Lord of Drakes. Even venting this outside, it still smells like, still smells like paint in here. You know, one thing I'm thinking about doing, I want to get your guys' opinion. What do you guys think about what you've seen from, like, the marathon trailers and gameplay and stuff? Let me know in the chat real quick, because I have something to say about it, but I'm curious what your guys' opinion are before I get into it. Excuse me.
I just smudged my glasses something fierce. I'm going to have to go clean these here in a second. Want to read a Halo novel? I suggest The Flood. Honestly, just Halo CE, but with more details. Interesting. Well, Halo CE is my favorite game in the whole franchise, so I might do that at some point. I might put it on my Audible list.
I haven't seen much other than the horrible art style. Marathon's a tomb shooter, not an extraction shooter. You find the game flopped harder than Concord. I don't think it's going to flop harder than Concord. I do think it's going to flop. I think the writing is kind of on the wall with extraction shooters. I think that the interest in them these days is just not where it used to be. Like with like Apex and Tarkov and shit like that. I think that the market for them is already cornered. Okay, I have to get up. I don't want to get up, but I have to get up. I can't see out of my glasses. They're so smudged. So I'll be right back. I really need to get on contact lenses, man. But, yeah, I'm with Leo. Let's just go back to shooters with campaign modes and optional multiplayer. I'm thinking about doing a video just as something to do in the meantime, called Marathon and Why Nothing Matters. Clickbaity title, I know. But hear me out on this. Marathon, what they're doing with it is interesting to me. Not the extraction shooter bit, that's boring. But what I find interesting about it is that they want to do another game in that universe. It is in the universe. We've seen that there is a Svit in it. The Svit were one of the alien races from the original games. We see one in both the teaser trailer, the original one, and we see one in the trailer that was done by one of the people who worked on Love, Death, and Robots. Is it Love, Death, and Robots, or is it Death, Love, and Robots? Anyway, I always forget. I think it's Love, Death, and Robots. But regardless, that particular video, as a piece of art, was really intriguing. I liked it. Thought it was really well done. It's an interesting look at being cyberized. Love, Death, and Robots. Okay. Because I know Leo is lying to me to screw with me. But yes, the OG Marathon not only had a story, it had a shockingly complex one for just being told through data terminals. I'm just messing with you, Leo. But anyway, it had a unique plot to it for what was effectively in what was called at the time the Doom clone genre. And it had a very unique universe that originally Halo was supposed to be set in, but ended up not happening. But there's still a ton of references to Marathon within Halo, and it's actually structured kind of similar. The difference is that Cortana and Durandal being the AI from the original game, are very different characters. But I want to call it Marathon and Why Nothing Matters, because ultimately everything, all of this sound and fury is about an extraction shooter. And none of it is going to come up. Ever. So what's the point? And that's the thing. Nothing matters. Nothing about it matters. Are we going to hear from Durandal in the game? It doesn't matter. All you care about is loot. So nothing matters. And the reason I say that is, and what I'll bring up, is right now, what's kind of the king of the extraction shooters? It's either Tarkov or Apex, right? The amount of people that actually care about the lore in Apex is fucking minimal. Almost non-existent. Of all the people that I have played Apex with, I know maybe 2 guys. Well, one's a guy, one's a girl. That give a flying fuck about that game's lore. And at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter. Because you want to know how you can sum up all the characters in Apex? Gay and disabled. That's most of their character traits. They're either one, the other, or both. Apex isn't considered extraction. Yeah, it is more of a battle royale, but it is an example of like why nothing matters. You know? the South Park meme? Yeah, pretty much. Though it wasn't put a chick in it, it's just put somebody in it and anybody in it and make them gay and lame. Nobody fucking cares about the characters in Apex. It's not like with like Marvel Rivals where it's based on something that people actually care about. There's no actual Titanfall characters. Not that there's a lot of characters in Titanfall, but there's no actual like Titanfall characters in fucking Apex. Right? There's none. There's like one girl, from what I remember, where like her dad was a Titan pilot. That's it. Because Titanfall 3 doesn't exist, never will. Oh yeah, it's definitely never going to exist. Because EA has Apex. What the hell would they want Titanfall for, is their logic. Oh, Ash, yeah, she's the one I'm thinking of. She was a Titan pilot. Okay. But like all the lore in it doesn't matter. None of it matters. Nothing matters. It's like, here's this character who runs on blades and says funny things. Okay, he is funny wahoo Blade Runner man. You know? Whoopty fucking do, right? Thank you for the $5 Canadian, Michael. He says, what are your thoughts on Vizzy Pop and her shows Has Been Hotel and Who of a Boss? I have seen neither. I've been paid to watch them at some point. So I will comment on them at one point or another. I have not heard that many great things, to be honest with you. Like, a lot of what I've heard is, like, the idea of Vizzy Pop, like, for characters is, like, to make them deep and mature, just have them cuss a lot. And it's like, oh, great, so you're 17. But anyway, on the Titanfall thing, it's like they just think to themselves, like, look, we got our thing. They were apparently working on another Titanfall game, but guess what it was? An extraction shooter. And EA is like, you know what? Never mind. It's like, Jesus. But yeah, and I think the reason that EA did it was they cut it is I think they know the way that things are starting to turn, like the way the worm is turning. All right, assembly time. Hey, Alien, it's, we're almost done with the torso, actually. Ever heard of Galactic Heresy? No. Another thing also... there's a good chunk of you guys that are kaiju fans, right? Because I remember somebody asked me about this last stream. How is this supposed to go? Oh, there we go. What'd you miss? We're almost done with the torso, Servant. In fact, it's looking really good. But other than that, you also missed me talking some shit about Apex. Bean Daddy, what's up, dude? But yeah, one review that I need to record the audio for after we're done in here is for Godzilla Singular Point. Okay, torso is done. Panel lined already. Overall, looking really sleek. I like it. Alright. That's one part done. Set that over there. But yeah, Godzilla Singular Point. There is a review of that on the way. Blah, excuse me. Hands weighed down by gravity. Something like that. It's definitely the reason why I'm going so slow. I admittedly am not as in the zone as I would like to be. But it is what it is. Let's get the parts for the head out of the way. Anything else from A that I need? No. Okay. K 17 and 16. So B, C, F, K. Here we go. Leo, I completely disagree. I didn't think it was that good. I think Godzilla Singular Point was very overcomplicated and tried to adapt ideas and tried to make Godzilla into an eldritch abomination, but they didn't pull the trigger on doing it properly. And it ended up being nowhere near as good as it could have been. So yeah, goes without saying, I did not like it. Because the whole time I was watching it, like when I got all the way to the ending, I'm like, all that complicated shit about time and space was effectively just trying to find a way to make a bomb to kill Godzilla. What the fuck? That's basically what it was. Here's a really complicated way to make a bomb that kills Godzilla. And I could not have been any more underwhelmed than I was with it. General consensus being able to find is the kaiju community isn't fond of Singular Point because it's overly complicated. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like they were trying to integrate elements from Eldritch Horror into it, but they would not commit to the bit at all. I really feel like what happened was whoever the creator of Singular Point is, they probably went to Toho with a great pitch on what they wanted to do with it, and they were like, you know, we like this idea, and you can make this show, but don't do any of this other shit. Well, why not? It's key to Eldritch Horror. Yeah, but we don't care. This is Godzilla. You don't get to do special things with this. You just make Godzilla. Because effectively, like, it follows the same beats as any other Toho Godzilla story, where the end goal is to kill Godzilla. Follows the exact same beats. Here's the person that is here to kill Godzilla. Here's the strange thing that Godzilla does. We hit 30 minutes later. Here's the way we're gonna kill Godzilla. That's it. It is very uncomplicated in its formatting, and it, instead of it being like an Eldritch Horror Godzilla, instead it just ends up being another Toho project. From what I've been told by some people that were also disappointed by it, is that I need to watch Shin Godzilla. That Shin Godzilla is probably more along the lines of something that I would like. Because old Godzilla movies are fun, but I don't need to see it again. You know, I've already seen it. I mean, it even does the thing where, like, it tries to be darker and stuff like that, but you'll notice that nobody ever fucking dies. There's, like, two deaths in the whole show. 2! In a show that's supposed to take inspiration from, like, Eldritch Horror? Fuck off! Are you kidding me? What about -1? Haven't seen it yet. I've heard good things about that too. Right now, I've been watching the Godzilla Earth trilogy. Because just out of nowhere, I was in the mood to watch Godzilla. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I don't know if I could have been more disappointed than I was. Because I was kind of stoked about it, because it's like, online, like, I saw, like, people saying, like, the Godzilla fans saying, yeah, it's like Godzilla, but they add elements from Eldritch Horror. I'm like, oh, dude, that sounds fucking cool. Nope, doesn't happen. Because if you think about it, like, it just kind of, the series is very typical. It's just like, it has the same story beats as any other Godzilla story, right? Especially the part with, like, where you just have, you know, Godzilla comes in, you get the music, ba 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 bum, ba 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 bum. You know, you get that, you get the traditional Godzilla roar and this, that, and the other. And my gripe just comes from the fact that for a show that seemed like it at first wanted to mix up the formula, it doesn't mix up the formula at all. If you're gonna add eldritch elements to Godzilla, like go in. Do not fuck around with it. Like just fucking go hard, man. Go hard or go home. You know. But yeah, it's one of those things where I just couldn't have been more disappointed. Because I was like, the reason I watched it was because of that Super Robot Wars trailer, right? Where Godzilla shows up at the very end of it, and you're like, oh fuck, it's a Super Robot Wars game where we gotta fight Godzilla? Let's fucking go. And it's a creepy looking Godzilla too. Because the one thing I will give Singular Point, the Godzilla design's fucking fantastic. That is a creepy Godzilla. Like, it is the scariest looking Godzilla I've ever seen. And I have seen Shin Godzilla too. Like, I've seen scenes from it. And the split jaw thing is kind of creepy, but it's also, like, it was creepy already, but it was creepier in Blade 2. You know, like, I've seen it before. I really do want to watch Shin Godzilla though. Like, after I'm done with the Godzilla Earth trilogy, I'm gonna try to track down Shin and then watch -1. Because I've heard that -1 is actually an incredible film. So. So this is the eye, but they already colored it. I don't remember the eye being that bright. I think I'm gonna futz around with it. See what I can do with it. But then again, like, I also can't fault people who are just Godzilla fans for liking it, because I liked Godzilla King of the Monsters. You know? Like, I enjoyed Godzilla vs. Kong, the more recent one. Build a real great kit. Alex, my dude. to show you something. I feel like I make this point a lot. Here's a standard size Xbox controller. Where did it go? I cannot work on 1/144th scale. It's too small. So no, I'm not building real grades. But a high grade like the Messer? Part of the reason that I build master grades is also the complexity. Though I have built the RE 100s before as well. Yeah, this is the sort of shit I gotta deal with. Any small parts are like murder for me. I have to be very gentle and very precise with them. So a whole kit like this, I just wouldn't be able to do it. I actually have a real grade Gaugigar behind me that Servant got for me ages ago that I've never been able to complete because of the size of it. Which is really unfortunate because there are real grades I would like to build, like the Evangelion kits and things along those lines. So, yeah, 1/100 scale though is like the size that I like to deal with. Not to mention everything that I own is in 1/100 scale, so it would be really, really, really weird for me to start dealing with that. Why do most of the Unicorn kits, high grade, master grade, real grade, have bad proportions? This just looks ugly. I have 3 unicorn ones behind me. Their proportions are fine, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I have the Sananju Stein Verka, the Riesel, and the Jesta behind me. They're perfectly fine. that out of the way. I have one little piece that's red. The rest of this can get primed in black and gray. Problem is that it looks too skinny. They're like exactly the same proportions as the Jesta behind me, or the Jagan behind me. I don't know what you mean, man. Like when I think of skinny mecha, I think of like IBO shit. Like Unicorn era, like Unicorn fits perfectly with other UC stuff. I think that's a just you thing, man. Honestly, like they do not seem like that way to me at all. Okay, let's get this primed. Ah! Now, I can't speak if that's the same for real grades and high grades, because, again, I don't build those, so I don't know anything about them. But for the master grades, for anything from Unicorn, I've never had a problem with the proportions on them. Like, the whole line was developed by Katoki, the same guy who has worked on, you know, Victory Gundam and shit like that, and worked on Sentinel. Like, Katoki knows what he's doing. I feel like a lot of mechs these days are the ones where the proportions are really weird. Even the stuff from, like, G-Quacks, the proportions are kind of all over the place. Unicorn is like the last traditional Gundam style anything, really. I feel like the mecha design from 00 onwards has been very, very, very very weird in comparison. But yeah, like mecha design from Universal Century is just that's my jam. You know, I also really like the stuff from Wing too and G Gundam, but like Universal Century, I think overall has the best stuff. Okay, these can be primed in gray. The rest will need to be in black. Only thing bad about the Unicorn line is the Unicorn itself. Yeah, the original master grade for the Unicorn is apparently pretty rough. I've heard that the everything from the Vercons on Unicorn, though, are really, really good. At some point, I really want to do the MGEX. No way to use plastic glue to fill any gaps or seam lines. I do not have any on me, but I don't think that's going to be necessary here. Not to mention, I don't mind seam lines. I always feel like mobile suits look really weird without them. Because there's supposed to be a spot where, like, the armor plates connect. I'm very persnickety about such details. Because also on top of that, that's also why some kits I will give them decals and some I just don't. Like for example, my Gundam Wing stuff. All of the main 5 Gundams, no decals whatsoever. But the tall geeses that I have are all decaled. Except for like the Kotoki ones, you know, the ones that are like just like red lines here and there for the sake of having red lines here and there. Those I don't like. But they have like the model number of the mobile suit and things like that. Because it doesn't make sense as to why suits that are being used in guerrilla warfare like the Gundams and Wing would have their model numbers on them. Why would you want to have identifying marks on these things? You know, it's just foolhardy. So, but some people like them. But no, I don't mind the seam lines. That is something that's never bothered me. What happened on Barbatos? It fell off my shelf over here and just went everywhere, and there were parts of the inner frame that just snapped in half. So that was a bummer. So what I'm going to do is, whenever the Master Grade Barbatos Lupus Rex comes out, I'm just going to build one of those, but do a similar LED setup in it for the eyes. I'm actually going to try to find LEDs that are color shifting and use those and wire something to where it'll shift from green to red depending on what mode it's on or what button I press. It'll probably be hard to find, but that is what I would like to do. That's a nightmare scenario. It's my own damn fault, though. Like, that bookshelf over there, admittedly, is one that's kind of like, I tend to bump into it on occasion, because I'm as big as I am. I'll just walk past it and like I'll just hit it with my hip. So having Barbatos on it without a stand was a stupid idea on my part. So I have a spare stand sitting around that I will probably use for the Lupus Rex when I get it, or whenever it comes in. But that shelf over there, if they do more Master Grade IBO stuff, will be specifically for IBO. I would really like for them to do a Master Grade Bale and a Master Grade, what was the tan one that Not Guts piloted? It was called the designation of the upgraded version was called the Full City. Do I have plans to put lights into the Banshee? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's still sitting behind me. I absolutely want to like put lights in the whole thing, like it's an MGEX. But I do not have the money for the lights. At least not at the moment. And I can't really be... I've told myself that I'm not buying any more Gunpla that is more than like $50 for the foreseeable future, because I've still got to get comics out to people. And I just don't have the money for it. You know? So... And I've been trying to find extra work, but I haven't had any luck. Because I have time to do like video editing and things like that for people. Even though I have a video editor that I work with, which is kind of funny. But I just have this mental block where I don't want to sit in front of Sony Vegas for very long unless I know I'm getting compensated for it. You know? It's very shallow of me, but it just kind of is the way that I am. Reebok 5 City is what I'm thinking of. Okay. Yeah, the Gyujin Reebok. Which, it's so funny with the Gyujin, because the original Gyujin was like this big fucking frog thing. yeah, if they ever make master grades of those as well, I will definitely be putting them over there. I love IBO. There's people that have been begging me to revisit it. I plan on it at some point, but I don't know when that will be. But, my plan is, because I always have content plans, I'm waiting to see how GQuacks plays out. Because if it ends up sucking, I plan on doing a video on IBO, just called The Last Great Gundam Series. Because, like, what I think on it, Iron-Blooded Orphans, like, made me feel shit, you know? And I am an old, jaded man at this point. So if you can make me feel it, I might be in love, you know? I tell people all the time, I'm like, I'm kind of an old soul. I've been through the ringer. And because I've been through the ringer, and I've had to kind of deaden myself to the world at points, just to deal with the day-to-day. Because admittedly, I'm somebody who has catastrophically bad luck. I haven't been using this for a minute, so I'm going to take it off. Because of that, whoa! I want my entertainment to make me feel like my heart's beating. Yeah, I saw the DOMs, by the way, Ruben. And I'm really curious as to how exactly we're going to do Jetstream Attack with only 2 people. We got to rename it to Texas Two-Step. What the hell? I ain't no goddamn springboard. are looking good, ladies and germs. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement. Though, to be fair, if you give Anno a budget on, like, even 25 episodes, you know, I'm not that worried. I'm of the opinion that G-Quax is probably going to end up being the same size as the original Evangelion. About 24, 25 episodes. They've already got 1/144 scales of the Jim Gelgoods and the Doms. I shouldn't be surprised. I really shouldn't. I wonder how they're selling. Like, honestly. Because it's such an unorthodox take on Gundam. Admittedly, those Jim Gelgoogs were the first ones I saw that I'm kind of like, you know, these are alright. Even then, I still don't like the mecha design. Still don't. I can't get behind it, man. It's too Evangelion. Like, you're kind of getting chocolate in my peanut butter a little bit. And I like chocolate and peanut butter, but this is more like chocolate and soy sauce. Just, ugh. No, thank you. Not needed. Ever since we talked about Godzilla. Now I got Godzilla from Godzilla via Blue Oyster Cult stuck in my head. More like ranch on my buffalo wings. Yeah, I'm not a blue cheese guy, but I personally don't need anything on my buffalo wings. The sauce is enough. The sauce already tastes great. I'm usually not a fan of, like, vinegary sauces, but hot damn if buffalo sauce isn't wonderful. On chicken, anyway. I would hate having buffalo on steak. But hey, brain. Also, one thing I really am hoping for soon, I'm hoping that they open up the public test server for Space Marine 2 really soon because I want to see how that horde mode plays. Well, they're calling it codename horde mode. I'm hoping that it gets called Exterminatus mode again. Because admittedly that was the most fun that the original was. Soup and bananas, huh? That sucks, man. Alright, we'll give that a minute to dry. Well, we've got 4 hours and 50 minutes left. And admittedly we're behind, but it is what it is. That's still not dry. It's gonna take a couple minutes. Gosh. Next thing it wants me to make is weapons. I don't want to make weapons yet. The fuck? And that moves on to the arms. Ugh. Gosh. Hope we get a new Master Grade God Gundam. Dude, I hope that we just get master grades of everything in G. What's really depressed me is that this is like the 30th year, like the 30th anniversary of Gundam Wing. I honestly feel like we've got nothing but lip service. And it's like, really, man? Seed gets literally fucking everything, and Wing fans just, like, we get Overwatch skins. Like, nobody fucking plays Overwatch. Brain, you missed me trashing Marathon. I'm not really trashing it, just saying that nothing matters. the game's gonna be dead on arrival. I'm of the same spirit, man. Like, absolutely of the same spirit. Though I am tempted when the game comes out to do a live stream that says, we're playing Marathon all day, and it's the original instead of the new one. Then again, it wouldn't surprise me if Bungie fans end up being all over the new Marathon, because Bungie fans will eat anything. Because I maintain that Destiny was slop. Like, it was like the video game version of content slop. I feel like we're missing something here. Yeah, we're missing the cockpit. Well, we're never going to see it, so we'll just assemble it real quickly and throw it in there. I have a feeling those are fighting words for some people. Probably, but I'm not wrong. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Like, do you want to know? You guys want to know my experience with Destiny, the game, not the streamer. I've never met the streamer, nor do I want to. Then again, he probably doesn't want to meet me either because I'm not an 18-year-old girl. My experience with Destiny, the video game. Have a good one, Rocket Rocket. Was I installed the game. It was free with PlayStation Plus, which I had a subscription to at the time because I played a lot of console games at the time. So I'm sitting down. I'm like, yeah, you know, let me play this game, see what it's all about, right? in the beginning of the first age, of the first era, there was the concubine, and she was with the clarinet, and the commiserator, and the constable did the... What? 20 minutes later. And the blah 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 blah. Click PlayStation button, click start button, click uninstall. That was my experience with Destiny 2. Fuck that. There we go. Head and torso. Pre-order Destiny 2 Season 69 of the fucking bullshit. That's Destiny in a nutshell. It really is. This is so fucking stupid. Yeah, Peter Dinklage's performance in the original was like, bro, I'm just here for the paycheck. I'm gonna just do the Tyrion Lannister voice and go from there. Looking great so far. Thank you, Outpost. And I am admittedly speeding through this. Okay, these are the I's and the K's. So now we're moving on to the arms. Here we go. At the end of the day, Bungie's going to compete with itself. Basically, I think they, admittedly though, they might be assuming that that the player base from Destiny is just going to go over to Marathon. GH. Is this not fine? Did I get them mixed up? I did. Because, yeah, this is the inner frame, so... But I think that that's what they consistently assume, like any of these companies consistently assume, is that their player base is just going to move on to whatever the next big thing is. Which I don't know if there's any truth to that. I have a feeling what's going to happen is there will be a bunch of people who play Destiny, and then they're going to pick up Marathon. And Marathon's going to end up playing like Tarkov, but with parkour. And they're not going to like it. Because the movement system seems completely different from Destiny, which Destiny, from what I hear, just played like Halo. Only lamer. Seems Respawn is having a conquest moment. I'm so burdened, I'm a victim of my own success, running Apex into the ground and getting better about it each time I do. Yeah. Funnily enough, Apex is going to get brought up. Brain, I'm thinking about doing a video called... I think I've mentioned it to you before. But I don't remember all the conversations I have these days. But the idea of doing a video called Marathon, Nothing Really Matters. Blah. Where I just talk about how the reality of the situation is that, you know, like, they're spending all this money on trying to flesh out or trying to give all this lore to the new Marathon. But the problem is that nobody's going to fucking interact with it. Because none of it matters. Because the only thing people are going to care about in it are grab loot, shoot guy. That's it. Painted too? Yes, meat shield. Very much painted. Here, while I'm assembling this, here's where we're at so far. But none of it's going to matter because, like, all it's going to be is just standard extraction shooter gameplay with parkour. The art style, while interesting looking, it looks nothing like Marathon. It looks closer to Mirror's Edge. But this is the problem. It's going to be live service. Holy shit. Wasn't expecting that. Thank you. Shecklemaker indeed. Victory number 1, Judo Best Boy sharded nothing wrong. Thank you for that. God damn, dude. Alright. Something I'm curious about. Okay, they are supposed to just get closed up. That's not it. Guess it's this one. And $5 from Outpost. Thank you, dude. Well, we're definitely doing an F91 challenge, even if we don't succeed on this one. Then again, admittedly, that's why I put on there like 1 day build paint, not like 8 hours. Which, given that I don't have a full-time job at the moment outside of YouTube, I have the time. Might as well spend it, especially if you guys are going to spend money on me doing it. So, I will happily provide. Faux show. But yeah, this is where we're at so far. Just head and torso. I'm hoping to get at least the arms and start on the legs. And I am considering, I don't know if I'm going to end up doing this, but I am considering doing more streams per week. Just doing like maybe 3. Nothing too crazy. We do our G-Quux discussion, we do a Wednesday stream, and we do one on Thursday. I think it would be pretty good. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Because one thing I have to admit is when I was doing the stuff with whatchamacallit, with Xenogears, I kind of burned myself out on it. Because I was just playing it so goddamn much, you know? And I didn't end up getting a whole lot done in my apartment. Which is not good, because there's a bunch of stuff that needs doing now that my back is pretty much healed up. Break the Siege of Kvatch at level 3? I think I did. Also, is it just me, or are people flipping out over the fire summon? I forget the names. The fire not Daedra. You guys know the ones. The fire elemental in fucking Elder Scrolls. Flipping out over it having a fat ass. I thought that was kind of funny. It's like, hey man. Apparently they get their squats in. It's a normal one for the internet, burning their dicks off for 20 years. I mean, yeah. I don't mind it so much. I think having a little sexy in a fantasy, I don't see anything wrong with it. It's just not something I'm gonna obsess over, you know. curious about. Is this all inner frame of the arm? I'm going to move this off here for a second. I admittedly should have read more into this. Yeah. It is not. This thing is built like a high grade. Like, there's barely any inner frame to this thing at all. So here's what we'll do. That one, and that one. We'll paint these like an inner frame color. Same thing, these here. But yeah, the construction of this feels more like a RE100 than it does a master grade. It just has those nice external details of a master grade, which is always a plus. So let me do a thing here. It says I need PCH. That's better. I don't know if you guys can hear the gears turning, but they are turning. Swap positions of the armor and skills bonus. You can repair magic armor at 25 instead of 50. That's actually kind of nice, considering how early you can get magic armor. Yeah, I admittedly, though, have not played much of the remaster. Played a little bit, just kind of to see what it was like. I find it funny that the best looking characters you can make are the Khajiit. You got a symbol of individual fingers on this one. Under the string and preview of manipulators. Probably not. But I personally prefer the articulated fingers in regards to the aesthetic. I feel like there is there's something nicer about it. because the Sinanju Stein behind me, and the whatchamacallit, the Jesta, those have like the perfect grade hands. The same ones that are on like the new Gundam and stuff like that. I am a big fan of those. So these are all gray. And then C16 and 18. Which those are going to be red. So that's this runner. So I'm going to need actually all four of these. And I'm going to have to panel line them real quick. Just nip these suckers out real fast. There's those. And then we might as well go over to the K runner. Or go back to it rather. So 1, 3, and all that. These I think I will do in the stainless color. Like their inner frame. Some big freaking hands, man. Look at the size of that. MW5 Mercs, but in the universe of the 1 Year War. That would be interesting. I actually have not played anything of Mech Warrior 5. Which I now have no excuse because everything Mech Warrior 5 is on Games Pass. Yeah. Butterfingers. assemble. So what I'm basically going to do is put these together and the hand all as one unit and just paint it. Ah. The way that this works apparently is like this. Okay. Need the thumb, which is apparently K11. All hail our fiber optic overlords. God. I envy you. We don't get fiber optic in my area. At least I don't think so. Because here in Illinois, the best you get is Comcast. So the best infrastructure that's available is fucking cable. Which, I mean, cable's better than nothing. But it definitely has its issues. Yeah, that's a pretty sizable hand. There's 2 slots there for where the weapon fits in. You know, another thing that's kind of stuck in my head that I'm really looking forward to is the movie The Smashing Machine. God, that looks shockingly good. Because when I heard that The Rock was going to be playing Mark Kerr, I'm like, well, at least they got a guy who's big and buff. right? Because Mark Kerr is a huge human being. Mark Kerr was like he was kind of like a Brock Lesnar before Brock Lesnar in the world of MMA. Like, he was a massive, massive heavyweight. There really wasn't a way that he could cut down to 205 when you looked at him. Super strong, former NCAA champion, like Lesnar. But he was part of MMA before it was really like huge. So I'm interested to see a biopic of it. Because there was a point in time where that dude was like, not only was he on the gas, he was also on painkillers, which is a terrible combination. Not that there's like a good combination of drugs, mind you, but part of me wonders if the reason that they cast The Rock was they went, you know, Mark Kerr was on the gas. Is there an actor that we can find that's also on the gas? Hey, Dwayne Johnson. Because as much as I love The Rock, he's definitely on gear. He's a ridiculously hard worker, don't get me wrong, but being on the gas, it helps. Hell, I've met dudes that are at gyms I've worked out at that just flat out admitted it to me. And it's just because they want that edge, you know? They want also kind of like the aesthetic of it, you know? The like super buff aesthetic that you can get through doing it and working like a motherfucker. And I'm just like, fuck, dude, I just want to be healthy. That's all I'm here for, man. I just want my heart to work. That's all I care about. But no, I'm really looking forward to the movie. I think it's going to be really good. But the one thing that they definitely captured, I noticed, was like, from what I have heard, like from interactions, like I've never heard of a fighter or anybody who had a bad word to say about Mark Kerr. So that the one thing that trailer gets across to you is that he is very much a sweet guy. Nowadays, apparently, like he's like a high school wrestling coach, and he works at an auto shop, like as a side job. I don't know why that reminds me of a conversation I overheard once about getting into wrestling, because I was gonna try to get onto it when I was younger. Like I worked out with some guys on the wrestling team at the high school I was at, and learned some stuff from them. And I just remember one of the girls in one of my classes saying to me, like, Micah, don't do it. They're going to put you on steroids. I'm like, really? Like, you think they're going to... Because at the time, I lived in, like, podunk fucking nowhere. I'm like, where the fuck are we going to get anabolic steroids out here? Are you kidding me? But yeah, my goal if I had done it was that I wanted to get really good at Greco-Roman. Which, in hindsight, though, I kind of wish I had gone through with it like all the way, because the reason I didn't go all the way because it was like a weight cutting issue. But looking back on it, I wish I had, just because it probably would have taken me down a very different path in life. But then again, getting good at it and competing might have ended up turning me into a total asshole, so I'm enough of an asshole already. It is what it is. I think instead what I'm probably going to end up doing is, once my financial situation is at a place where I'm happy with it, I'm going to contact a friend of mine that I know runs a jiu-jitsu gym. See if I can get back into the martial arts stuff. Okay. Still got 4 hours. Okay. I may need to get up and stretch here in a bit. Chat, how are you guys doing? You hanging in there? So 2 of these need gray primer, the rest of them need other stuff. So when you hear me admit Tro as best pilot, well, if I don't complete this by the time given the money you gave me, I don't have a choice, do I? Okay. Oh, man. Fuck. My neck is killing me. Oh, fucking hell, man. Oh, God. After this is over, I am taking a long shower and just letting hot water hit my back and neck and just woosah, you know? Like, goddamn. Ugh. Okay. So, all that stuff, except for the 4 red pieces, need to be primed in gray. So we will go ahead and prime the ones that are not supposed to be in gray first to get them out of the way, and then go to the others. Let's maneuver you guys right there. Ugh. Very funny, Elian. Funnily enough, I don't know the last time I worked on a gunpla before today. It's been months. But it is nice to do. Oh, I forgot to mention. I am currently, because I've told you guys that I'm working on a book again. I am currently 3/4 or 2/3 of the way done, rather. And I'm about to start on the back third. of a test reader reading it for me. I'm going to see if I can get a second. And then I have to figure out who I want to edit the book. I'm going to see if Hatman's available. And if he's not, I'll have to see if I can find someone else to do it. I just hate on C for the content. That would be a plot twist, wouldn't it? Why can't we have a perfect grade RGM? A gem? That's a good question. You'd think that there would be a perfect grade gem, right? Just as like, again, it would share so many parts with the Gundam. It's gonna have a different head, and you know, the shoulder color mold is gonna be a little different. That's it. It's kind of this weird thing that I think with like Bamco, they don't really realize like how they could be making money just through the design of their own works. You know? It's very strange to me. Then again, I am not a Japanese businessman, nor will I pretend to be, nor do I play one on television. So, the mindset is just simply that will be something that will be alien to me in some respects. Granted, maybe they worry about flooding the market. Better, it's just their top priority was, is, and always will be high grades. I mean, they have an entire television show about building high grades, kit bashing them, and fighting each other. So I guess it tracks. Did Stardust Memory happen in Cheeklux? No. There's no way that it did. Because the reason that Stardust Memory happened is because Zeon loses the war. If Zeon wins the 1-year war, there's no reason for there to be an Operation Stardust. But you have to keep in mind, Operation Stardust was mostly performed by Gear and Zabi-loving zealots, not standard Zeon soldiers. So, with Gearin alive and the Federation effectively beaten, there's really no reason for there to be an Operation Stardust. Unless you just fucking hate the Earth that much. So there's nothing really to also necessitate the development of the mobile suits that we saw or anything like that. Because a lot of the reason that the mobile suits around the time of 0083, like the Gundam Project, were developed, were effectively to potentially just like shut down any other Zeon remnants in space. Because the Federation had no desire to keep fighting that war. They just wanted to shut Zeon down for good. Because they felt consistent uprisings, because not everybody in Zeon wanted there to be the situation that they were in. You know? So yeah, Stardust Memory would not have happened. The Gundam project would have never been created. None of that. That's you! Ah. Want a Master Grade of the Grape A? You mean for the G unit? Because it's not in the original wing. From what I know, I haven't read G Unit yet, but from what I understand, G Unit takes completely in space, and they don't. There's only like mention of trays, and that's it, and mention of Zex. They never show up. Excuse me. Yep, I've never read G Unit. It is on the list, but the list is very long, giving me years upon years of content, which makes me happy. I would like to do this for a while. Not sure if I would like it. I'm gonna give it a shot. I wasn't a big on the mecha design, admittedly. It didn't look very wing to me. It looked like it was just kind of trying to do its own thing, which is fine. It's just, it didn't really seem like it followed like Oz or Gundam Project Protocol. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces to do in the inner frame color, and the rest of them get done with the standard gray. Okay. You know the weird thing? I'm at this point where there's a distinct possibility that if I start painting miniatures from 40K, you know, to actually like play 40K, because there is a shop near me. It wouldn't surprise me if I ended up playing Smurfs alongside Salamanders. Because, okay, is there anybody in here that has played 40K Tabletop at all? Whether it be on Tabletop Simulator or the actual game. Nobody in chat has played the 40K Tabletop? Well, if Brain is still in here, I know he has, because he's played it with me. Well, oh no! Oh, didn't get any dust on it. Saw a bald spot though. There's another. I love how that landed. Don't have the patience for tabletop. Man, I love it. I love a good tabletop session. But, so in 40K, Space Marine armies have this ability. It's called Oath of Moment. And it gives you the ability to select one target from the enemy army and, say fuck that guy in particular. Any Space Marine army can re-roll their hits on that enemy if they miss. You only get one re-roll, but it's still there. If you are a Codex compliant army, not only can you re-roll your hit rolls, you also get a +1 to do wounds, to do actual damage. Because the way that it works in 40K is that first you roll a hit, then you roll a wound, and then the opponent rolls to save from that wound. But the thing about the Smurfs, is that they get, or if you have Robute Guilliman on the field, you can name a second Oath of Moment target, meaning that if you kill the first Oath of Moment target, the second one is automatically Oath of Momented, and they are fucked with a capital F. It's incredible because if you have tanks or like repulsor dreadnoughts on the field, it is very, very hard, or it's really, really easy to bring down a target. So the Smurfs have a lot of damage potential in that regard. Wish Space Marine 2 gave you a boss fight against the Chaos Titan? That would be interesting. I have no objections to that idea. None whatsoever. Gosh. Neck is so stiff. But that's the reason I would consider playing the Smurfs. Is Oath of Moment bonus plus Codex Compliant bonus plus Gilliman. Like, just goddamn. It's a hard ability to top. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your bottle. I go right to bed after this. Sadly, I'm not going to have any cash until... I know I just raised $100 in Super Chats, but I don't get that until the end of next month. But I'll have some cash coming in on Friday, and then I'll be able to order some groceries, because I don't really have a whole lot in my pantry right now. At least not like meal stuff. I have stuff for pizza, but I need to make more dough, and I have stuff for scrambled eggs. That's about it. But at least with when it comes to like pizza dough, really all you need is yeast, warm water, salt, flour. That's about it. Ugh. Now you talk Warhammer 40k, but your Smurf. All I think is Papa Smurf from the Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Funnily enough, Ronan, one time I was actually playing on Tabletop Simulator with somebody, and he was playing Space Wolves. I was playing Ultramarines, and I was kicking the shit out of him. So to fuck with him a little bit, just to be a jerk, I started playing the Smurfs theme through my speakers. Which he actually thought was funny, so... You know what I really want to track down at some point? I want to track down an old FMV game called USS Ticonderoga. I wonder if I I could find that anywhere. Do you remember when the Inquisition went to war with the Space Wolves? Yes, I do. Logan Grimnar cut the chapter master of the Space Wolves. It was after the first war of Armageddon. Because that deployment was like salamanders and space wolves, and a bunch of people were there. And that one, I want to say, was against the World Eaters, if I remember right. And it's called the Months of Shame. And effectively what happened was the Inquisition had ordered the Grey Knights to fire on a fleet of civilians that were under the protection of the Space Wolves. So what the Space Wolves did is Logan Grimnar, being the beast that he is, positioned his ships in front of the civilian ships to try to save them. And he teleported onto the bridge of the Grey Knight's ship and said, "Who executed the order?" And the captain of the Grey Knights that was commanding them in that area stood up to Logan and he said, "I did." And immediately Logan cut him in half. And then he killed several more Grey Knights on top of it. And effectively, yeah, the Inquisition and the Grey Knights went to war with each other. And the Space Wolves were very much holding their own. Because, like, with all the shit that gets said about how great the Grey Knights supposedly are, they get beat up a lot. They're really not that great. Because the problem with the Space Wolves, one thing that is not understood, the Grey Knights are all psychers. The Space Wolves specialize in anti-psyker combat. They are phenomenal at it. So the Grey Knights just are at a disadvantage. But yeah, Logan Grimnar, that dude does not put up with bullshit. Like, he's like, "Look, you keep fucking with us, you're gonna have problems." It came to a point where the Inquisition was ready to completely move to dissolve the Space Wolves. Which, by the way, would effectively be cutting off the bloodline of one of the Primarchs. By doing that, if any other chapter found out about it, it would be civil war between the Inquisition and all of their forces, which would be the Grey Knights and the Adeptus Sororitas, plus the Inquisition's normal forces, against the Adeptus Astartes. The Astartes in general would probably wage war on the Inquisition, because, you know, you just killed all of our cousins. You censored them because they defended civilians? Are you fucking insane? Like, that's what would have happened, you know? At the very least, for what happened, the Ultramarines, the Imperial Fists, the Salamanders, the Raven Guard, all of them, all of the, like, most of the original chapters and their successors would have gone to war with the Inquisition had it continued, I think. Because, again, they're looking to wipe out one of the original Space Marine chapters. They're looking to effectively wipe out the legacy of one of our uncles. Fuck you. That's not happening. So they would have had a big problem on their hands. And I don't think that's a war that the Inquisition would win. So what ends up happening, though, is Bjorn the Fell-Handed got woke up. If you don't know who Bjorn the Fell-Handed is, Bjorn is a venerable dreadnought of the Space Wolves that, during his normal life, served alongside Lehman Russ. He was one of his confidants and one of his friends. And one of Lehman's best warriors on top of it. And he actually managed to talk the whole situation down. Because he fought through the entirety of the Horus Heresy. You know, he was at Prospero, the whole 9 yards. So, very well respected Space Marine. I would argue probably one of the most in general that isn't a chapter master, you know? Because when I think of, like, other, like, well-respected Space Marines, I think of dudes that are, like, usually the dudes running the chapter, with a few exceptions. Like, if you think of, like, really well-respected Ultramarines, you'll probably think of, you know, Marnius Calgar, obviously, and then, well, I would also say, like, usually there's, like, a captain or two that is really well-respected within the organization. Like, what the Ultramarines, what is his name? Commander of the 4th Company. Uriel Ventress is very, very well regarded among Space Marines. With the Salamanders, you have, obviously, Tushan, who is their chapter master, is very well respected among Space Marines. But you've also got Pelis Mirsan, who is the captain of the 1st Company. He's a veteran of the Bad Ab War, who even the Minotaurs respect. Which, that should tell you something. You know, there's guys like that. But, Bjorn the Fell-Handed is, like, one of the few, if maybe the only one left alive, still from the heresy, you know? I mean, when you're a dreadnought, alive is sort of relative, but I'll count it. I would think a Splinter Cell-esque Raven Guard Space Marine game would be great. I would be down. Either the Raven Guard or the, or their successor chapter, the Raptors. Because the funny thing is like, there's that meme about, like, the practical Marines, the practical Space Marines. It's just the Raptors.
The Raptors are that. They wear camo. Their official chapter color is green, but they wear camouflage. They will paint their armor different colors depending on the terrain. Like if they're on a desert planet, then they'll paint their armor sand brown. So on and so forth. Yeah, I really like the Raven Guard, though. My favorite Space Marine chapters, from the top, the Salamanders, the Raven Guard, the Space Wolves, the Carcharodons, and the Black Templars. Oh, another guy that's really well respected, that's not like the guy who runs his chapter, is Grimaldus. The Reclusiarch, as he's called, of the Black Templars, which just means he's the head chaplain. But he is super respected. Great leader. The one thing I really like about him is that he is a Marine who I think the greatest tool is that he, despite his stern, Dorn-ish mentality, he's always willing to learn about the things around him, because he understands that to be an effective soldier you need to be a thinking person, not just a tool. Feeling Corvus is going to be the next Primarch to return? A lot of people think it's Dorn, because in the recent Fulgrim book that came out, the Emperor's Champion had a vision. The Emperor's Champion is a member of the Black Templars. He had a vision of fighting a great battle with Dorn being there. So a lot of people are thinking that that's indicating that Dorn's the next. I think that that's a distinctive possibility. They're obviously moving towards all the Primarchs coming back. I've still got 3 hours, Ronan. Thank you for the $10. He says, is it safe Cheryl Barton is the best pilot in Gundam? I win for heavy arms and the mob goes to ammo. I hope my joke was fun. It's always fun, dude. We have fun here. That's why I love streaming. Alright, back to assembly. I don't think we're going to get it all done, but I'm kind of confident we might get the arms and the legs finished by the end of this. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good about it. So these should be dry. They are. I'm actually going to panel line them later. I'm not really that worried about it right now. Sorry, I'm getting kind of focused here. This is not wanting to go in. Did I fuck something up? I think I might have. We'll come back to this. I actually jumped a step when I shouldn't have. Yeah, Kira Yamato would get fucking rocked by Troll Barton. It wouldn't be competitive at all. You have to keep in mind, Kira sucks as a pilot. He is legitimately bad at it. If you look at the amount of times that he's fought other ace pilots, that were actually skilled and weren't just bullies, his record is not that great. He needed a big fucking mega deluxe upgrade and a second new type pilot with him to win at the end of Seed Freedom. So basically, he needed power from Lacus's fat ass to win that battle. Which I guess if you've ever wondered if there's Brazilian butt lifts in Gundam Seed, well, there you go. But yeah, like, Kira needed that, and then when he and Shin fought, Shin decimated him. Because he actually used his brain. It's kind of a rare occurrence in Seed, now that I think about it. But yeah, when it comes to piloting, though, just like sheer skills, it's hard to top Amuro, Judo, and Camille. Because the three of them beat a lot of aces. Granted, in that number with Camille, I do not count Jared. Jared is probably the most overrated pilot that the Titans ever produced. He's not good. Like, the dude is just a consistent fuck up. Thinking and Seed preposterous. I know, right? Inconceivable. I am wondering, did I grab the wrong one? I did. That's the problem. Ah. But yeah, Amuro, like, when it comes to, like, pilots in Gundam, outside of the Super Robot series, which is G and, fucking, what's it, Turn A, Amuro is gonna beat almost every pilot just because of how skilled he is and how many aces he beat. go ahead and get these pieces out too. Just to get them ready. C12 as well. I don't know why my brain keeps coming back to this. But on that Smashing Machine trailer, I'm wondering if they're going to go over the fact that Pride FC flat out said that they don't test for anabolic steroids. That'll be interesting, because I don't think that I can remember pop culture ever kind of going over that. I'm with you on that one, Ronan. Wing will always have a special place to me. Still my favorite anime to this very day. Okay. I'm at a point where I'm going to start taking some shortcuts. You're good, Tyler Preston. I admittedly need to be thinking about more stuff to talk about. I already talked about Godzilla. And then I'm working on that. I don't think I've said a whole lot about the every anime video essay ever video. That one's not going to be a very long one. That's like 6 minutes. But it's brutal. Ugh. Because I think I might have mentioned this a little bit, but I'll say it again. A big part of the whole thing is that I don't really give a shit about the political elements of it. It's inconsequential to me. I hate the fact that effectively it has turned into hair salon talk. You know? Which I hate I hate that I know what that sounds like, but let me give you guys a perspective. I used to live in a town. This is after we moved out of Chicago as a family. I used to live in a town that was about maybe about 1,200 people lived in this city, or lived in this little town. And there was only one place to get your hair cut. One spot. And the business was owned by one of my mom's friends. So, she would, her name was Stacy. Stacy would always cut my mom a deal, and I would go in there and get my hair cut. Because at the time, which it's hard to imagine now, given that, well, you know, but at the time, I had really thick hair. So once a month, my hair would go from being like normal hair to like a fucking mane. Because it was so thick. So, but that was the one place you could get your hair cut. And I remember, still to this day, what conversations were like within that hair salon. It was almost always, who's dating who? Who's fucking who? In, for lack of a nicer term. Or who's gay? That's always what it is. I have a sister who's worked in salons, and she's testified that that's basically what it is anywhere. So, my question is, why are we under the impression that that's what matters? Why is this the discussion? Is who's fucking who, or who is gay, or who's what gender? Like, that's all this is. It's, you've taken characters that people take their time and energy to flesh out and create, and you've effectively turned them into subjects for a gossip column. Because that's all these fucking video essays are. They're just overly complex gossip columns about sex. And it's like, is this it? Is this it? Because I remember a time when I first got into content creation, and when I was a games journalist as well, like, whenever I saw video essays that, because the place where you would go would be like the Channel Awesome forums. There would always be people on there who were making videos talking about their favorite characters and why they liked them and what made them tick. And sometimes it had really amateur editing and all this other stuff, but at the very least, there was passion behind it. There was an understanding of what makes a story what it is. You know? Nowadays, there's none of that. Like, none. The amount of videos that actually go over the things that people watch shows for is so minimal. There's so few people doing it now. It seems like there's a ton of channels that range from like 30 to 100,000 subscribers that just talk about dumb bullshit that just is inconsequential to why people actually watch this shit. And I see that and I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, Jesus Christ, you are fucking vapid. Like, here's an example of somebody that's not even an anime one. In Praise of Shadows. BreadTuber, right? Talking about horror. His whole thing about conservative horror, that 3-hour-long essay, that, by the way, didn't talk about conservatives in horror at all. It was vapid gossip. Just completely vapid gossip. And it's like, what the hell? Like, why are you talking about this? Why aren't you talking about the actual stories? Why aren't you talking about conservatives that are in horror and what the issue is, if there is one, creatively? Like, I thought that was the point of the video. But he doesn't do that. It's just fucking gossip shit. What's happening? I'm talking shit about people who do video essays and painting a Gundam, Nova. Painting a Rick Diaz, but anyway. It's just vapid shit, and it's like, what does this have to do with anything? Why do we care? Why should I care as the person watching this video? I think it's rage baiting for engagement. I think that might be part of it, but I think more than anything, I think that these people seem to have been tricked into the idea that these conversations actually matter. That they actually have something interesting to say about these subjects in talking about vapid bullshit. And the problem is that they don't. Because it just comes down to they think this person is gay, or they think this person is fucking this person, who might also be gay. Who the fuck cares, man? And they're always, have you ever noticed this? They're always stupid long videos. They're like 3 hours long. And it's effectively them writing a dissertation. And it's like, what? Really? So yeah, it's just one of those things that I'm like, what the fuck? What did I click here? Oh my god. Stop pretending that I don't rant about these things regularly.
But no, the challenge is to finish building a Rick Diaz with within 8 hours. I don't think I'm gonna make it, but I'm getting close. MG guy is on sale at Game Gun Pros. I don't have the money for it right now. I will not be getting paid. I've raked in a decent chunk of super chats. This is true, but that money does not get paid to me until the end of next month. That'd be YouTube for you. Yeah, I'm 5 or more hours into a Gunpla build. I'm just talking at this point, just to not bore people to fucking tears more than I already have. Granted, we've had like a steady 20 some odd people for like the last hour and a half, so I guess I'm doing something right. But as I was saying, but yeah, it's one of those things where I just think to myself, it's like, please do not try to think that what you're saying matters in this particular case. Like, nothing matters. Nothing means. I feel like Macho Man Randy says, nothing means means. All the way to the top there, nothing means nothing. All the way to the top, yeah. And I'm talking about the cream. And your video essay is not the cream of the crop. Sorry. That shitty Macho Man. By no means my best impression. Like by any stretch of the imagination. It's been 20 people almost full hours. Has it really? Shit. At least it's been consistent. But yeah, I feel like these people just I genuinely think that there are some of them that are true believers, man. That they actually believe that a 3-hour video essay about whether or not Kagome from fucking Inuyasha or some bullshit is bi or transgender or some shit like that actually matters. It's like, no, it does not matter. Because A, you're full of shit, and B, nobody fucking watches it for that. You know?
I feel like there is, there's more value in videos meant to fuck with people. Just because if nothing else, it'll get a response. You know, like, you want to piss off a Naruto fan? Bring up the video that Plague of Gripes did about Naruto. Now, I'll say this right now. I watched through it, and he actually says everything that I completely agree with. Like, I absolutely think that Naruto as an anime is full of shit, and it effectively destroys its own narrative in the idea of if you just work hard enough, you can beat anybody that has a born advantage, because it ends up with them just fucking giving Naruto a bunch of born advantages, right? Because it turns out he actually does have a bloodline trait. And like his family on his mother's side is apparently known for having like a high mana pool or something like that. And it's like, oh, fuck off. Like, really? That and plus he's got a demon fox living inside of him. It's effectively like someone on steroids saying to you that anybody can win a bodybuilding competition. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, go fuck yourself at that point. I need to get up and stretch. Ugh. Gosh. But yeah, it's like, go eat a dick at that point, you know? Because, like, the Aesop's fable has been pulled apart at that point by your own doing, and it's just very annoying to look at. It's where the real protagonist of Naruto probably should have been Rock Lee. Not to mention the show's not about ninjas, it's about wizards. It just dawned on me. It just dawned on me. Naruto is just Harry Potter for weebs, isn't it? That's what it is. It's Harry Potter for weebs. I don't know why that just dawned on me right now. So, Naruto is for young kids. Yeah, so is Harry Potter. Yeah, Harry Potter was like for young kids and for teenagers. Where did I put the manual? Yeah. Oh, there it is. It slid backwards.
one of those things where I see that and I'm like, you know, I hate it.
He hates it. Precious.
The American Society of Magical Ninjas. Thoughts on Big O? I have not watched Big O in probably 20 years, but I enjoyed it. It's really all I can say. One thing that was funny to me is I remember watching it back when it was out, when it had first debuted here in the States, and thinking to myself, because you know every time Jack gets into the suit, it's into the O, it's like, cast in the name of God, ye not guilty, right? I remember thinking to myself, like, is anybody ever guilty? And then it happened the very day that I was wondering. I'm like, oh, well, all right. Suddenly I turned into Hachima. I'm like, understandable. Have a nice day. That is Hachima, right? Ah, shit. Thumbprint. God damn it. It wasn't dry yet. Well. Ow. That one will have to get repainted. So we'll stick this over here. And we will touch on it another time. The rest of this, though, we can finish up because it's dried off.
think the pain arc should have been the end of Naruto. I would kind of agree with that. Because that was around the time I had checked out. Because the one thing that kind of like, when I was still watching the show, because I did watch it like for a while, was Jiraiya. Like, I didn't like Naruto as a character, but like some of his supporting cast I liked. I liked Tsunade, I liked Jiraiya, you know. And I didn't just like Tsunade because of her massive tits, though that did help. But after that, it just kind of got egregious. I'm like, alright, this is fucking stupid. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out. Check you later. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Next thing I want to build is the shoulders. Okay. So we got the arms done. And we've got 2.5 hours to go. Well, if we get the torso done by the end of this, I'm going to consider that a win. Not counting the backpack. So I need the C, G, and K runners. C. G. H. And K. This runner is actually going to be toasted with this next snipping. So we're making big progress. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. Because admittedly, I have not been pushing myself that hard. Been a very chill build session, you know? Yep, this one's toast. Alright. Moving on from that. Take my garbage out tonight. Then we need seven and 9. Sorry, I'm nipping these off camera because having them closer to my face makes this a little bit easier. So what I'll do, I'll switch cameras real quick.
This way you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay. And then what I'll do also, so you guys can see Rick over there. Ricky the Rick DIAS. So there's that. Which runner is this? G? There we go. And then I need the polycaps as well. Give me that. Specifically, looks like the eyes. Also, one thing that I've heard, apparently, I did not know this. Apparently, in the world of Dawn of War, those games, it is apparently preferable to read the book for the third game instead of playing the third game. I find that kind of funny. Then again, I heard the third game just kind of didn't understand what it wanted to be. Though it admittedly has like one of the best 40K trailers of all time. Which, it's a trailer that I find really interesting because it doesn't portray the orcs as funny. It portrays the orcs as monsters. Which is an idea that I like. So it's not something that you see that often in 40K. A lot of times the orcs are just kind of portrayed as goofy, you know? When in reality, like, they plan on anytime they take a system, they're gonna kill everyone there. What was my first gunpluck hit? It was a 1/100 high grade of Wing Gundam.
believe it or not, they used to make those. The master grade line was not something you would find here in the States. And oddly enough, my first master grade was the Wing Proto Zero. How do you attach the weapons of the older master grade models? Can't fit the rifle in my Sinanji to save my life. There's a tab on the inside of the palm, and then another tab that is on the rifle. They click into each other. One tab goes on the top, the other one goes on the bottom. Ronan, that is an interesting question. I'm of the opinion that alternative media to basically flesh out most of your lore as a video game kind of started with Halo. At least that's how I remember it. I could be wrong. I mean, in the world of tabletop, that had been going on forever with Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer stuff. Like, there's been Warhammer books and Dungeons and Dragons book forever. That's the 3.0 hands. Yeah, pretty much. The 3.0 uses them. The new Gundam uses them. The Sinanjus, both of them use them. So on and so forth. They're also known as perfect grade hands. But yeah, like, Halo did that a lot, where you would have to, read a book to really get, like, all the lore of something, or more details about it. And it was very frustrating. And yeah, Bungie had that problem for a long time, though, where, like, in-game dialogue very rarely gave you the details on what's going on in the world. You know? You had to buy the books. Because Gears of War had books too, but the books were, like, they were just fluff. Like, they were fluff text. You know? You're not talking about the Verka? I don't know then. The Sinanji that I built had the perfect grade hands. least I think so. I can't get up and check, though. I'm kind of on a timer. Cause yeah, my Sananju, the one that I painted on stream, is not in this room. It is in my bedroom, which I don't want to have to get up, pull it out of its pose, check its hands, put it back in its pose, make sure the rifle isn't moving, so on and so forth. Like, because I have it positioned where it has it's like standing up with the rifle is vertical. It's holding the rifle by the barrel and pointing at something. So yeah, I can't really check. Know a lot about Metal Gear and all the game was standalone. You still had a full story, didn't need to read the books. Yeah, exactly. And I felt like it was the same way with like Gears of War. I didn't need to read books to get Gears of War, right? I could figure it out from what was around, you know? And the books were just like extra fluff if you wanted it, you know? Because I had somebody say, it's like, well, you don't know the importance of Aspheo fields. I'm like, yeah, and? I didn't need to. It wasn't what was important at the time. You know, the one game where, like, it frustratingly gives you no details. And there's, like, the Sananju has the 2013 one. That's not the one I have. I have the what's called the Recolor. It's the one that came out after the Verka. Regardless, though, even if I did have the 13 Nova, I can't get up and check. I'm on a timer, man. Like, I haven't looked at any web pages or anything like that. Like, it has just been constant construction and painting and sanding and everything for the last 6 hours, and I've still got 2 more hours to go to see how far I get. So yeah, can't really help you. Sorry. Yeah, not off the top of my head. If you don't have the manual handy, if I remember correctly, the Bandai website has all of the manuals for every Gunpla that they've ever put out. The only other thing I can think of, Nova, is see if you can find someone doing a build on YouTube. That would be the last thing that I could suggest for you, buddy. Because the way you describe it does not sound like the one I built, like at all. You know, the funny thing is, usually whenever I'm sitting here working on Gunpla, like, certain songs will just pop in my head. Lithium Flower, the ending theme of Standalone Complex, just checked in. Now I want to watch that show. But I don't know if there's a good place to stream it. Think you got it? Good. Excellent. Favorite Gunpla I've ever built? Probably the Sinanji Steinberg Ka behind me. Because not only did the build go almost flawlessly, the paint job that I gave it, I'm very proud of. It's a simple paint job. It's just based on the gun and Alex. But it looks really good. Plus, I put racing stripes on the fuel tanks too. I'm pretty proud of that. Yeah, when I was a teenager, though, Standalone Complex was my jam, man. It was just one of those shows where just I was a big sci-fi nerd and thought the Major was an interesting character, and I don't just say that because she has a big ass. Though she is the original big booty android. I'll say this right now. If Yoko Taro ever says that the Major was not an inspiration for 2B, I will think he's a fucking liar. Anyways, I still need to play Nier Automata all the way through. I didn't get that far in it. I think the furthest I got was like the Become as Gods section. Nier Automata has an anime now, doesn't it? Did any of you guys in here see it? And would I be spoiling myself of a gameplay experience if I watched it instead of playing the game? Run Rabbit Junk from Ghost in the Shell just hits. Dude, everything from that show just hits. Like, it's so good. I'm really curious about the new series that's going to come out, because apparently it's going to follow the manga very, very tightly, which is really interesting to me, because I'm curious. It's like, okay, let me say this. I love Mary Elizabeth McGlynn as a voice actress. I think she's tremendous at what she does. I don't think that she would be a good fit for the manga version of the Major. Because the manga version of the Major is kind of a girl failure. And standalone Complex Major and movie Major, not the ScarJo one, but the other movie, the original movie. Those versions of the Major are not girl failures. they are very much very capable officers. I have not seen it, Dead Ronin. My business partner has. Hatman did. He said it was okay, but he said that they do explain why the Major is not played by a Japanese woman. They do say, apparently, in it, that it is Motoko, but because she's using just another generic android body, she doesn't look Japanese. But she is still Motoko. You know, she's still from Japan and everything. It's just basically, this is the standard hot woman robot body that you can purchase anywhere. Which, I mean, does fit with the Major. She was never really one to, like, super customize her shell, as they call it. Except for, like, performance upgrades and shit like that. Though apparently, the reason that every single one has the same hair color is she really likes that hair color. Which primers and paints did I use? If you can't see the labels, these are all Mr. Color that I'm using. Specifically, for the inner frame stuff, I'm using, let me turn off the fan so I'm easier to hear. I'm using Mr. Color Metallic, or Mr. Color Super Metallic 2. Specifically stainless steel for the inner frame. The rest of them are part of the Mr. Metal Color line. I use that for all of my Zeta suits from the AUG. For Titan's stuff, I use semi-gloss because I want it to be a little bit more drab, a little bit less heroic looking. One thing I'm curious about is whenever I do get into painting a Warhammer, how well these paints will translate over to that. But I think, though, whenever that day comes, I probably will not use metallics or anything like that, except for like the metal parts. I'll probably use semi-gloss for the armies, because Space Marine armor has kind of like a matte finish to it, which that's probably what I'll finish it with, is like a matte. Like a matte top coat. Yeah, I noticed somebody earlier had said something about like a little nervous to paint Gunpla. Trust me when I tell you, it's not as crazy as it sounds. Just be prepared to put in a little bit of put in a decent amount of work. Because this has been, well, obviously I've been doing this for 6 hours and 10 minutes. The prep work is the thing that's daunting. It's actually not that bad. Like, the sanding especially does not, as you've seen it, if you have the right tools, it does not take long. The big thing about it is that painting Gunpla is a fiscal investment. And effectively what you're doing is paying money to paint your own decorations. That's basically it. Like, Gunpla is one of the decorations of my apartment. That and posters. You know, like, wherever you go in my apartment, you will see Gunpla, or you will see posters of either stories that I really enjoy, or stories that I wrote. So if that's effectively what you're doing, is like, if you really want to have a collection of Gunpla and have it kind of adorn your home, I would recommend painting it, because then you have full control over how everything looks. But if that's not something you want, and maybe you would rather just have a high quality statue that's already done, or something like that, then you want to go with like the Robot Spirits line. That stuff is really well made and is effectively like buying pre-painted Gunpla. So but I am a big fan of it. I really love this. It's a really fun hobby to get into. It is one of those things that also, because admittedly, while I've been working on this, while I've been quiet, I've been thinking about one of the story that I'm writing. Obviously, I'm very hopeful that you guys are really going to enjoy it. Because the book is not going to be expensive at all. I'm thinking probably like $5 for the Kindle version, $7 for the physical. But I'm thinking about, like, how do I want to do this last third? Because I have an outline, but because these are first-person stories, the character that I'm telling it from, or the perspective, is that of a scientist. So, I want it to be one of these things where her perspective, while she is attempting to be empathetic, is largely clinical, in her approach to it. Because it's basically like a mix of H.P. Lovecraft and an SCP story. So yeah, how many pages is it? I'd have to look it up, and I don't want to pull myself away from this model right now. I really want to try to at least get all the parts of the torso finished. But it's probably going to be less than 100 pages. Like I said, it's a novella, How do I mix the paints? I do mix on occasion. I'm not with this one because there's no need. I just experiment with it, you know? But the great thing is I've painted so many kits at this point that I can eyeball how much I need to get a set number of parts or like surface area painting. That is, of course, running under the assumption that I don't fuck it up. You don't use gloves? Nope, because I can wash my hands after. I hate using gloves because I can't feel what I'm doing. Because usually after I'm done anyway, I usually just take a shower. Okay. But yeah, anytime I've ever worked on art, my sense of touch is very important to me. So I don't like to have that blocked by anything. Ugh. Give that a minute to dry. Ugh, excuse me. Blech. But yeah, there's some Gunpla that I've done that I've like had to mix paints on. My Deja specifically, I had to do a bit of mixing to get the tones right. Servant, I don't think you're far off in like what a lot of people thought. And I maintain that, you know, the other talents that are staying there, they can't really, you know, they can't really deny, or they can't really say any issues are. So that's why they kind of like brush off the whole, oh, it's kind of a typical thing to say, management, da 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 da. It's like, not really. Like, because there's one thing that's true about Japanese companies, even when the building's on fire, they will never admit something went wrong. Because they seem to think that it would bring shame upon people to admit something went wrong. Nah, dude. That's... To err is human. And yeah, we'll have to see if my, Did I see the video on it? I did not. I have not listened to the song or watched the video. No. Not really the kind of music that I listen to on a regular basis. So. But clearly not everything is going well over there. There is a shift in the culture, and it's kind of obvious. They want idols, you know. You think they'll learn if the company goes under? I don't see Hololive going under anytime soon. I think if there's a VTuber agency that will go under first of the big ones in Japan, it will be Niji Sanji. Because that is a company that has just consistently shown it has no fucking clue what it's doing.
Check that out. Kind of heavy for a song by a VTuber, and yes, it's a very thinly veiled warning that they tossed away their best idol. Yeah, and by the way, they did. You know, like, they, I'm curious to hear in the future what all of the reasoning was. Like, at some point, either the NDAs will run out, or people just won't care anymore. But the one thing that is the commonality between almost all the girls that have just left, that have graduated, is they were the ones that really, really liked just streaming. And you know, at that point you gotta ask yourself, are we being smart about this? You know. And to me personally, it's just a business decision that does not make a whole lot of sense to me, man. You know? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize that you guys complimented me on the build. I'm liking it so far. It's looking pretty good. Did I paint my Wing Zero custom as well? No, I did not. It's the one of my master grade wing kits I did not paint. I regret it, and it's actually now missing a part. When I moved all of my Gunpla into my bedroom, it fell over, and part of the forearm fell off. It's just a small piece of armor, but I've never found it since. So if I do decide to paint it, I'm going to have to basically just buy a new one. Which I might end up doing. But it's not something I'm going to do anytime soon. Okay, those are polycaps. But yeah, I admittedly, like, I feel for streamers like Gura and Fauna. Like, those two are my favorites from Hololive. But Fauna moved on, landed on her feet, and then some. And I think her landing on her feet the way she did, and doing as well as she has, is a testament to her talents as a streamer. And I think that with Gura, it's going to be the same thing. because like Fauna, she had a fairly popular persona on the internet. Well, to be honest, with Gura, she was already a legend before she became Gura. At least in the VTuber sphere. But the big thing is that with Gooba, she was a heavy drinker before Hololive. So one would hope that she does not get back into old habits, because that shit's not good for you. But my prediction at this point, how small was the part? It was tiny. Tiny piece of armor, but it's one that you actually need it to mount the shield on its arm. So, back to my ranting. But yeah, my prediction at this point is that the next thing that will happen is Crony will leave. And then after that, because all of her friends are gone, except for a couple, you will probably see Ina leave as well. And they will move on to become independent. And then Callie, Kiara, and Bay and Iris will be the ones who stick around from those gens. And I have a feeling they'll end up getting merged into one group, most likely. Because Callie has always wanted to be in music, and she's getting the opportunity to do that. And she's lived in Japan. She was living in Japan already before Hololive, so she was already kind of in the culture, so to speak. And this is all Kiara has wanted, and when she was, prior to becoming a VTuber, she was known as a failed idol. So now they've got exactly what they want, and it's good for them. And you can't help but be happy for them, in my opinion. Callie seems like a nice girl. Kiara seems nice enough. You know. A little arrogant, but nice enough. These are kind of a lighter shade. I think I'm going to... Somebody mentioned mixing paints. I think I'm going to do that with... I think I'm actually going to hit these with a black primer, but do red over top. Like a blood red over top of them. And then Bay and Iris seem to be really sweet girls. Bay is a super talented dancer. Her singing's okay. And Iris is a pretty good dancer and a fantastic singer. So they will be there for a long while. And they both already live in Japan, which isn't really a big deal for either of them, from what I understand, because Iris is apparently originally from Hawaii, and Bay is Australian, and Australia's not that far from Japan, so But yeah, at some point you're gonna see a lot of the girls that were in Myth and Council together again on the indies. Recently, I saw that Crony had done a collaboration, like a watch along with the artist formerly known as Sana, and I'm like, interesting. Interesting. I wonder if you're hinting at something. But regardless, they'll do the right things for their careers, you know? Me personally, I care more about streaming than idle stuff. Like, for me, it's nice to be able to like, watch a nice stream here and there. All the girls are a lot of the girls are very entertaining, you know, at least to most people. There's a couple that a few that I don't really watch. I don't really watch Kiara or Iris. In fact, now that I think about it, the only ones that I watched on a regular basis were Fauna and Gura. Those two. Watch Callie on occasion. I watch Bae on occasion. Because Bae, it's really funny to just watch her fall on her face. Much as I hate to say that, it's very entertaining to see her girl failure herself into a situation. That's kind of about it. Oh, and I watch Bibu on occasion. She's funny. Oh no, I get it, Badzilla. Trust me. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, I look at streamers or content creators in general. I don't really care about who they are behind the scenes. It's just entertainment to me, you know. It's like, get on YouTube and make the ha-has, you know. Because, like, funnily enough, back in the day when I worked at Channel Awesome, when I was working for Blistered Thumbs, politics almost never came up. Like, ever. Nobody talked about Obama. Like, at all. I think there was only ever one conversation where it started getting political, and I just came in and said, guys, if you want a workplace to come to be chill and to be cool and for everybody to like you while you're here, don't talk about two things: politics and religion. Because I was one of the editors. Like, I had final say over shit like that. I'm like, don't fucking do it. good, Badzilla. Conversation is never a bad thing, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely not getting this all done in time, but... the fact that we might get at least, like, the top half of it finished and looking good, I'm pretty stoked. One thing that I know kind of, that I'm thinking, like, really cut down on the time with the Jagan was I was using pre-thinned paints. On this, I'm not. So, it's taking a lot longer than it normally would. So, I'm thinking for the F91 challenge, it's just going to be get it done in a day. Like, get it done within 24 hours. So basically, I get up, I start on it, I take a lunch break, I get as much done as possible. Come back the next day, try to finish it. I think that one is that challenge is a little bit more reasonable, is a good word. But yeah, one thing that I'll say is that, like, of the streamers that I have met and the online personalities I have met and so on and so forth, if there is one that I will criticize for some of the business decisions he has made, but I will not criticize him for his personality, even if I disagree with him on politics, is Angry Joe. Even though I called him out at one point for making a stupid mistake in regards to how he was treating his fans, I still, on a personal level, have nothing but respect for Joe. In fact, I ended up unlisting that video. Because it was just one of those things where I was like, you know, the video's not really relevant anymore. He made the corrections. Why keep it up? But yeah, Joe is one of those dudes, like, you wouldn't think it, but if you want to find a guy that would be loyal as hell to you, he was very much that dude. The one thing that just kind of bums me out, that admittedly, if it had happened, my journey as a content creator would have been very different, is he talked to me about wanting to do, because when we both got ousted at Blistered Thumbs, we both wanted to, or he talked about wanting to do a podcast with me and a couple other guys called Player Nation. And I loved the sound of it. I loved the concept. I'm like, yeah, dude, we ought to do this. And then it just never materialized, you know? But yeah, had we done that, I probably would have committed to to content creation a lot sooner than I did. And admittedly, whenever Gamergate came around, I would have advised him not to comment on it. I'd been like, don't, just leave this one alone. Let's just be about games.
because we start getting into politics, we start getting into that crossing, we're gonna alienate people, because at the end of the day, Republicans buy sneakers too, and you don't have to like Republicans, you don't have to like their politicians, but you know, they still buy sneakers. You want them to buy Angry Joe shirts, you want them to watch Angry Joe videos, you want them to listen, you know, this, that, and the other. That's what I would have advised him. It's like, just don't comment on it. It's really not worth it. But yeah, people will probably get pissed off at me for saying it, but I still respect him. And funnily enough, like, the longer I have done this, the more I've respected the hustle. You know? Because it's not easy. It's not easy starting a community. It's not easy managing it. It's not easy managing staff. It's like none of it's easy. It's time consuming. It's exhausting. And on top of that, you got to be willing to deal with people. And that for like people on the internet is not easy, because a lot of people are antisocial. You know, I'm admittedly one of them. This is like. This way you guys can see what I'm doing. I will freely admit, like, tomorrow, this Rick Diaz is getting worked on off camera. Nothing against you guys, it's just 8 hours of people is a lot for me. You know, it's a lot. It's sort of like, I have this thing that my grandpa Curtis was the same way, is, my grandma would often say that it was a lot for Grandpa, you know. Grandpa had like a heart issue, and that was inevitably what took him from us. And but he would get peopled out, you know. So it would just be a lot. God, I miss him. There we go. All right. Water is wonderful.
Yeah, someone else. You're spot on, and that's part of the reason why I completely got out of politics. You know, that's why I don't write politics anymore. That's why I don't. If I mention it in one of my videos, I try to be as neutral as humanly possible. And you know, it's just one of those things where, you know, I just personally don't want to deal with the fucking schizos. There's so many of them. Because, like, in my Discord server, Servant can attest to this, because he's been with me forever. I've had to deal with a few. Pretty decent arm flex. But yeah, I've had to deal with a few, and it's just not fun. I've noticed that, like, things are not as crazy when there's no politics in a server. Like, if you just ban politics from discussion, dude, it is like night and fucking day. Oh, excuse me. Hold on a second. Which one is the Quattro supposed to have? Hold on. I gotta check something. Okay. Okay. Got it. I clipped the wrong part. Fuck. Damn it. Oh, it's gonna set me back. Fuck. Alright. Well, whatever. Apparently, the standard Rick Diaz has these at the bottom of the back thrusters. The Quattro Custom is red ones. I clipped the wrong ones. I filed the wrong ones. Damn it. Hello, Xavier. Oh, God. My neck is fucking murdering me right now. Definitely taking a long shower after this. I was thinking to myself, maybe I'll, like, play some Clair Obscure or something like that. Nah, it ain't fucking happening. Not fucking happening. That's okay, Xavier. Just because I don't want to put my headphones on right now. Because for me to even be able to hear you, like where I'm at in the room, your voice would echo through the speaker. So, or else I would, absolutely. But yeah, right now I just don't want to put my headphones on. But this is as far as we've gotten. That. Son of a gun. Stay on there, you little shit. But yeah, that's as far as we've got. It has been 8 hours of me being a rambling man. And yeah, it's a pretty decent kit so far. There's not a whole lot of inner frame to it. This is a very, very old master grade. This one I think is like early 2000s. In fact, I'll check the book. I figured Ronin, but fuck it. This was 2004. So this was made the year that I graduated high school. So it's an old one. But yeah, not much inner frame to it, but it is still a good looking suit. Granted, the paint is kind of carrying it a little bit, in my opinion, but that's just me. But yeah, I love the articulated fingers. There's also a spot in the palm right there where there's divots for the weaponry so that it's not relying on the actual finger strength to hold the weapon. But the big thing is you can have your Rick Diaz flip people off. Just like the Zaku. Oddly enough, actually, the Dom and the Rick Dom also have fully articulated hands. So we need to move this real quick. So 4 things to be primed in gray, 2 things to be primed in pink, the rest to be primed in black. I'm going to grab the blood red here. What are the hands like? Like this. They're fully articulated. Thank Christ it's raining. Have a few pics like that at your Rick Diaz. You have one of these? I did not know that. Yeah, this one, like, it's not really, it doesn't feel like a master grade. It feels more like, it's more like a RE1100. Ah, it's unpainted. But yeah, one thing that I was remarking on earlier is like the reason that I don't think that I'm gonna hit my goal with this one is with the with my Jagan that I did. It was all done with pre-thinned paints, so it was just dump and pour or dump and paint like really quick. Whereas with this one, everything's got to get thin. So I think for the F91, when I do that challenge, I'm going to probably go ahead and separate all the parts from the runners, so that way I can just dump them all out and go.
I am painting everything, including the inner frames. What little there are. Is the F91 going to have more parts? Oh yeah, it does. I've built an F91 before. It just never got painted. And then I ended up losing it, so... I'm like, fuck it, the F91 is cheap. So... But yeah, the F91 has more parts. It's a more complex build, but not so much more than I think I can't get it done in a day. Especially if I have all my prep work done beforehand. Because then at that point, it's just go, go, go. And I also have not decided, like, what kind of paint I want to use on my F91. So I might end up using the pre-thin stuff. I would just need to buy a good blue, like an MS blue, instead of the blue that I have. But I am very, very happy with the results of this Rick Diaz so far. But admittedly, I'm taking shortcuts to get as much of it done as I can. Like, I was kind of like set on doing like panel lining on everything early on, and I'm like, nah, I'll panel line it later. Jesus, this takes a while. But I'm also going to be doing some things to kind of mix up the paints to give it a nice little proper color balance. Because like the back fins on this Rick Diaz, I'm pretty sure that they are normally all black. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the center piece of it, make it black, and then the outer shell have it be like a blackish red. Let me see if I can get a good look at one of them. Actually, according to the art, that's what it's supposed to be anyway. Works out then. But yeah, how are things so far? Pretty good. I will check my DMs later, Xavier. I want to get this done. I'm on the clock. I want to get as much done before that 49 minutes runs out. And then at that point, I've earned myself a shower. But I don't care if I'm going to make the goal. I want to at least be at a spot where when I finish with the stream, I am 100% convinced that I never gave up, nor did I do anything that would hurt my time. So I will have a look later. Right now I must be a man of focus. Your longest stream so far? Not my longest. I have streamed for 14 hours before. I think this is the longest I've had since I played FF7 Rebirth. Because with Rebirth, I played through the whole thing on stream. Which admittedly, I don't know if I'm going to ever do that again. I say that, but I was doing that with Xenogears. Which I have to finish at some point, but I'm kind of not looking forward to it. That start to disc 2 pissed me off so fucking much. Okay. But yeah, I don't see myself doing long streams like this very often. Just because I feel like when I come in with a stream and I'm like, I want it to be a long one, and it's like something where I have a goal for something, those are really worth it because of the fiscal element, obviously, but also like people seem to have the most fun with those. I don't think I'm that great with video games, you know? I don't think I'm that entertaining of a game streamer. I think I'm good with, like, just chatting streams, or when I'm talking about, like, a show I watched, or a movie I watched, or something like that. Like, those are usually, like, really fun. People really like those. And then people seem to like me doing gunplay, you know, for the most part. Like, I haven't had as many, like, consistent people, because, like, the last stream that we did with talking about G-Quux, we topped out at like 65 people. Whereas for this stream, I think the max I've seen when I've looked over here is like 23. But it's been that way apparently for the whole show. So, it kind of tells me kind of like where my specialities lie. Because with video games, I get really focused, especially like if I'm playing it for the first time. So I tend to just like sit here with like resting bitch face, which I don't think is that entertaining. If I was a chick with huge knockers, might be different, but I am neither of those things. Held at about 20 all night. Well, there we go. And on a Wednesday, mind you. On the Wednesday, Gura had her last stream. Is today really her last? I thought today was like the stream, the last like collab she was doing with Myth. But either way, either one is like at least impressive. Is like when it comes to streaming, like Gura is a titan to me. You know, like she's like one of those where like when they've got something going on, the fact that anybody's watching is a W, honestly. It's sort of like being in a metal band and you're playing in a club and Metallica is playing down the road at like a stadium. If you even get 10 people, you're going to feel like it's an accomplishment, you know? So I appreciate all you guys being here is what I'm saying. She's graduating May 1st. I couldn't remember if it was the 1st or the 2nd. And the funniest part about all this, during this entire stream, the music from Claire Obscure has been playing in my head. Just constantly. If I will give it credit, it is putting me in the mood to get some writing done. So today will be a productive day, to say the least. You give me too much credit, Madzilla. I'm just a dude. And a dude is all I can be. Graham Aker from Double O. Oh, God. Please don't remind me of Graham Aker. He's not the worst Char clone, but he's not very good. Well, actually, wait. He was good in the first season. Second season, like, the whole Mr. Bushido thing was fucking stupid. And the Susanoo as a mobile suit was kind of lame. By no means the nadir of Char clones. That goes to Raul le Creuset. Raul le Creuset, he's fucking awful. Because he's just a nihilist. It's like, oh, he's a dime a dozen anime nihilist. Like, fuck off. But yeah, God, the more I think about the second season of the second season of Double O, the more I get frustrated with it. Because I think the most painful thing about it, there's nothing about it that's really that memorable. Except for, that one Outlaws chick pilot with a fake hand. When she finally kills her mark. When she's sitting there in the pilot seat, just fucking rocking back and forth, wanting validation from the dead. That right there was one of the best moments in all of Gundam. In regards to, like, getting your point across, that fucking nailed it. The rest of the season, though, I barely remember it. And the wildest thing about it is it's done by the dude who was the director for Full Metal Alchemist. And I'm like, really? Like, goddamn, bro, way to fumble. This paint is still way too thick. Like, holy shit. There, I finally got the tone I'm looking for. We'll see if it turned out splotchy, but golly, that was thick as fuck. This stuff right here is thick as hell. Like painting with molasses. Yeah, we have Zeta Gundam at home, exactly. Like, it's just not good. People have actually said that I need to re-examine that one. I don't really think I need to. That's much better. Right there, that is much better. Still not perfect, but we're getting there. Micah has a multicolor pen now. I do, don't I? It's kind of funny. I always do whenever I'm working on stuff like this. You at least take the objective look at what they were trying to do and how effective they were at doing it. That is true. And I thought I did that with the first one. I'd have to rewatch the video. But admittedly, it also might be Double O fans that are saying that. Kind of an under the hood perspective. Again, I thought I could have swore I did that. Like, I don't remember any like missing anything really. At least in regards to like the wide beats of the show. It's like, what are my biggest criticisms of it? I tend to criticize Ali Al-Sanchez of being kind of a weak villain. Because he is. In my fucking airbrush. Clean this real quick. You don't think he's a weak villain? Chaotic, but he was the best pilot in the Double Era? Well, there really wasn't a whole lot to him, though. Like, he was just fucking evil man. Evil McEvil dude. You know? Like, compare Ali Al-Sanchez to like a Ramba Raw, or someone along those lines. He was just kind of generic evil McEvil man. You know? Like, it's just a... It's not a strong showing. Granted, I think that would kind of be my criticisms of the whole villain list. It's just evil McEvil man. There we go. Like, Ribbons and Ali Al-Saches at the end are kind of just Pinky in the Brain. What do we want to do today, Ali? Or, what do we want to do today, Ribbons? It's quite simple, Ali Al-Saches. Try to take over the world. They're Ali. They're Ali, and the brain. Yeah, Aelia Shenberg was more of the real villain. And even then, like, they lose all complication with Aelia Shenberg because at the end of the show, or like, they have aliens invade. And it's like, well, wait a minute. So he had a point. It removed all moral complication from the show. It's like, so your plot to change the world was to effectively create new types, but to have fucking murderers and robber barons be your fighting force against the fucking aliens? The hell? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? So at that point, he's either just a good point, but just an inept human being, or, like, he was right all along and we all had no reason to argue. It's like, I really feel like it should have been kept vague. You know, like, the conversations to come. The fuck does that even mean? You know? But that should be the sentiment. What the fuck does that even mean? You know? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Aelia Shenberg? What conversations? Is it supposed to unite the whole of humanity? And if so, who the fuck's gonna be in charge? We're still gonna need leadership. We're still gonna need hierarchy. We are humans, after all. Like, it's just not... When it's vague, it's more poignant when it comes to Double O. It has a lot more impact. Because there's this sentiment that you don't really know who's in the right. Because inevitably, like, these people are coming down from on high, quite literally on high. They're called celestial being, for fuck's sake. Coming down from on high to judge humanity for its crimes. That in and of itself creates such a wonderful moral conundrum. You know? Because on one hand, nobody wants more war. Well, unless you're like a terrorist group, you know? But to the point of, like, Gundam, it's like it creates such an interesting dynamic, and you can, and like, they have this thing where it's like some people really did believe what they were doing was right. Some were fighting just to fight because they enjoy fighting, so that's what they do, you know. And then you had Setsuna F. Seiya, who was, I am a Gundam. Beep boop. Yes. Because, like, one thing that I'll say right out of the gate, like, the first season is the better one, but goddamn, our protagonist is fucking terrible. Setsuna's awful. He sucks. In season 1, he's drizzling shits. In season 2, he's a lot better. Season 2 Setsuna is like night and fucking day. Mochi Mochi, Gundam desu. Ore wa Gundam da! You know. Which admittedly is like something that kind of works to say under stress. Ore wa Gundam da! You know, something like that. But for me, it's just one of those things like, whatever. Go off, King. And I also thought it was interesting that, you know, like the lead character was Middle Eastern and he had been roped into a jihad that fucked his entire life up, making him realize that the war was meaningless and he was basically being puppeted for somebody else's cause. And it's like, wow, this feels very real. I know a couple countries that have this problem. One in particular, it rhymes with Palestine. And that is as political as I'm getting today. Gundam meme review? We could do that at some point. I'll start it with good morning, motherfuckers. I would just need to find somebody who could animate a chibi version of myself bouncing a clock. The hell? Did I do this wrong? No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. That's really weird. Oh, I overthought this. Considerably. Some of these I'm not even supposed to be using. I think I grabbed the wrong polycap as well. I did. It's supposed to be the O's, these here, not the... I grabbed the C's because I wasn't looking very hard. I do not have much time left to at least get this torso done. I consider the waist to be part of the legs. For at least the purposes of this stream. And my own pride. Swear to God. I am goofing like freaking mad on this. Almost done. 3 minutes. Got it. Ah. Okay. With 2 minutes to spare, we at least got the torso done. Oh my god. Oh. Oh fuck. I've been sitting here for 8 hours in one position. I gotta just stretch once. That was stupid of me. Ugh. Oh, man. Ugh. Oh. Fuck. Ugh. Put that finger back. There it is. It took me 8 hours to get the torso done. But I have to say, it looks really good. Paint job came out great. No splotches. At least not that I can see. Nice and shiny. These are metallic paints, so they better be, right? The weapons rack looks good. Thrusters look good. Oop. One of them needs to get turned around. There we go. But yeah, thrusters look good. Paint dried quick. That is the benefit of working with lacquers. If you work with acrylic, they take much longer to dry. So, to quote the dude from Iron Man 2, I could make salute. How to clean between colors? Quickly. I just moved fast. There's still a lot of panel lining I want to do, like right here. Right there. Right there too. But other than that, but no, cleaning between colors, thinner and whatchamacallit? Thinner and paper towels are your best friend. Paper towels will just rip the paint right off the surface. Like even a little bit of scrub got a little bit off there. So, in fact, I could just use there we go. gosh. Ugh. Give me a second to just kind of get up. Oh, golly. Fuck. Oh, man. Oh, wow. My arm didn't want to bend. Gosh. Before we close out for the night, am I in a lot of pain? I'm stiff. It's just that. I'm just stiff. It comes with being old. Well, it comes with being old and having joint problems. I am almost 40. Okay. Stretch it out. Kind of bring it around town. Get my hips fucking moving, because that's the really stiff part. I'll just hang like here for a minute. This feels nice. Whew. Okay. Okay. Whew. All right. We got half of it done, at the very least, and in 8 hours. Like that's not too bad. I mean, all things considered. Like I was kind of rushing that, and we still got it. I don't know if I'm gonna finish the rest tomorrow. I don't know. Because tomorrow is the start of May. And what's special about May? Mother's Day is a thing. So that's to be considered. Ow. I don't know what my mother would want. I will have to talk to my sisters and see what they think. I have mom to think about, and then I also have stepmom. But yeah, my little friend here. May the 4th Star Wars celebration. Maybe we should play KOTOR 2. Might not be a bad idea. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I'm happy with it. I think the one thing that I'm especially happy with is the eye. Like, I'm really happy that I didn't keep that neon green. I think that metallic green works a lot better. Oh my gosh.
Hydration. Alright. Well. Pretty fun stream. Got a lot done. Oh, Xavier not only does he have the Rick Diaz, he has the non-Quattro version. I've not been able to get my hands on that one. But yeah. I think on that note, I am going to go and get some rest. Because my back is kind of stiff still. Luckily, I ate before the stream, though. So, I got that going for me. So, oh, man. I'm going to have a good night. Hopefully you guys have a good one too. And maybe we'll be back tomorrow. We will see what I think. So, have yourselves a good night, guys. I'll see you next time. Oh, yes, I did meet my goal. So thank you for asking, Ronan. Well, the Super Chat goal. But Troll Barton is the best. He's great. Alright. See you guys later.